When I first became interested in the subjects of this Third Testament, St. Augustine, Pascal, Blake, Kierkegaard, Tolstoy, and Bonhoeffer, I saw them separately as 6 characters in search of God. Thinking about them afterwards, it became clear to me that though they were all quintessentially men of their time, they had in common a special role to relate their time to eternity. This has to be done every so often. Otherwise, we forget that when the lure of self-sufficiency proves too strong, or despair too overwhelming, men need to be called back to God to rediscover humility, and with it, hope. In the case of the Old Testament Jews, it was the prophets who thus called them back to God. Then came the New Testament, when through the incarnation, God became his own prophet. Nor was even that the end of testaments and prophets. Between the fantasy of the ego and the truth of love, between the darkness of the will and the light of the imagination, there will always be a bridge and a prophetic voice calling us to cross it. So Augustine, when Rome fell, and like a later Noah, he was constrained to construct an ark, in his case called orthodoxy, wherein his church could survive through the dark days that lay ahead. Thanks largely to him, the light of the New Testament didn't go out with Romans, remaining amidst the debris of a fallen empire to light the way to another civilization, Christendom, whose legatees we are. It was as though he'd been specially groomed for the task, tempered in the fires of his own sensuality, toughened by his arduous exploration of the age's many heresies, for instance, Manichaeism, a master of words, which, written or spoken, he offered in God's service, first asking that God would give him the wherewithal to offer. No one knows for certain what Augustine looked like, but we have the image of his time in contemporary mosaics, and the North African countryside he belonged to remains. In Augustine's eyes, Rome stood at the very pinnacle of history. He saw it as the secular state carried to the highest degree of perfection and providing the only tolerable framework of life for mankind. Its disappearance from our human scene, if so unthinkable a catastrophe were ever to occur, would leave behind not other alternative civilizations, but a vacuum, a darkness. Augustine's own North Africa partook of this glory. Carthage was a little Rome. The abundant harvests, the flourishing cities and ports, the entertainments and spectacles all signified participation in the great Roman Empire, which to Augustine was the whole world. The people and the prosperity have vanished, now only to be imagined from the ruins of their former magnificence. Augustine was born in the year 354, some 40 years after Christianity had become the acknowledged religion of the Roman Empire under Constantine. His birthplace was here in this hilly district of North Africa, then known as Numidia, in one of the many small towns, like this one, Duga, which was scattered about what was then a rich and luxuriant countryside. His father, Patricius, belonged to the middle classes and was reasonably well off, except that he was a victim of the very excessive taxation which characterized those troubled years. He was, I suppose you could say, a worldly man who remained a pagan till right at the end of his life, when he was belatedly baptized a Christian. Augustine's mother, Monica, on the other hand, was a Christian of tremendous piety, without any question. Her devotions and meditations were conducive to his not fulfilling his father's purpose and becoming a successful lawyer or civil servant, but, as she hoped, dedicating his life to the service of Christ and the Church. She made him a saint, and his sanctity resulted in due course in her being canonized. His studies went easily. He excelled and quite soon became a teacher of rhetoric, a rather empty and pretentious discipline, which in those days was very highly regarded, rather as sociologists are today. He, looking back on it, called it contemptuously being a vendor of words. Alas, my own trade. By the end of the 4th century, the decadence which had afflicted Rome had spread to the North African provinces, especially, of course, to the great port and metropolis of Carthage, at whose university Augustine studied and later taught. Thence he transferred to Rome, because he said he found the Carthage students too turbulent, a very contemporary touch. In Rome, he easily consorted with some of the most famous figures of the time and was appointed to the chair of rhetoric in Milan, which brought him into contact with the imperial court and, what was much more important from the point of view of his subsequent career, with the famous and saintly Bishop Ambrose. So, at the age of 30, he'd reached the summit of a career with a dazzling prospect before him. But somehow, he remained totally unsatisfied. He called his university appointment his chair of lies, knowing in his heart that God had some other purpose for him, which, try as he might, he would never be able to escape. The games and the theatre were given over to wildly expensive spectacles of violence and eroticism, like the cinema and increasingly television today. To judge by the way that after his conversion, Augustine never lost an opportunity of thundering against such spectacles, it's reasonable to assume that he was by no means immune to their appeal. There's also the touching story in the Confessions of his friend who, with a great effort, managed to break his addiction to the games, then was tricked into going to them, and venturing to open just one of his eyes, was hooked again. The pagan temples still functioned, but few attended or heeded them. The Christian churches, now under state patronage, were not strong enough to counteract or even always to resist the prevailing atmosphere of luxury, violence, and self-indulgence. Augustine himself, with his sensual disposition and inquiring mind, was little disposed to hold aloof. Though a certain fastidiousness in him, intellectually and physically, prevented him from succumbing wholly to a way of life which, if he had, would assuredly have destroyed him. We living now, I should say, find it easier to get inside Augustine's unregenerate skin than perhaps any of the intervening generations. The similarity between his circumstances and ours is striking, not to say alarming. There's the same moral vacuity, leading to the same insensate passion for new sensations and experiences. The same fatuous credulity, opening the way to every kind of charlatanry and quackery, from fortune-telling to psychoanalysis. The same sinister combination of great wealth and pointless ostentation with appalling poverty and unheeded affliction. "O greedy men," Augustine wrote, "what will satisfy you if God himself will not?" We know what it was like. We know, too, that to a temperament sensual and imaginative like Augustine, sexual indulgence makes the greatest appeal, precisely because it offers a kind of fraudulent ecstasy, joys that expire when the neon lights go out. There's nothing so powerful, he said when he was a bishop, in drawing the spirit of a man downwards as the caresses of a woman. He was speaking from experience, and I, for what it's worth, endorse his opinion. To a provincial like the young Augustine, the Mediterranean, seen from this North Africa coast, seemed like the gateway to the larger world of Rome. I dare say the young Emerson, or the young Henry James, or for that matter the young T.S. Eliot, saw the Atlantic in the same sort of way. After all, Augustine was a very ambitious man, and in his time, as in ours, eminence at letters or as an academic could lead to positions of great power and responsibility. Also, I think, he wanted to escape from the watchful eye of his mother Monica and indulge freely in what Pascal called licking the earth, and Augustine, after his conversion, called scratching the itching sore of lust. So, one night, to avoid the pain and embarrassment of saying goodbye to his mother, taking with him his mistress and their son Ideodatus, he slipped away across the sea. It was, on any showing, a very unkind thing to do, and afterwards his contrition for it was very great. So it was the most natural thing in the world for Augustine to make his way to Rome, and thence to the emperor's court at Milan to seek his fortune. Worldly success was his for the taking. This book, Augustine's Confessions, is really the first autobiography in the modern sense ever written. So we know more about him than about any other figure in antiquity. Of course, it's not just an account of what happened to him, of his life. It's also an account of the quest for truth in which he was engaged. And so the culminating point in it, from his point of view at any rate, is his conversion. He naturally thought, like St. Paul, that this conversion happened at a particular moment. But actually, it was the result of a long process which began even before he was aware of it. Knowing his nature, Monica had hurried after her son to Milan to watch over him there and pray for his soul's redemption. Some of the friends he'd made among the amusing, the cultivated, and the well-born turned out to be Christians, which came as something of a surprise to Augustine, who, in North Africa, had associated Christianity with the poor and the lowly. In Italy, a great Roman administrator like Ambrose might renounce his career to become a bishop, and rich heiresses dispose of all their property to the church. It was under Ambrose's influence that Augustine began to study the scriptures, noting particularly the spiritual meaning of Old Testament stories which had formerly made little impression on him. This played an important part in his final deliverance from Manichaeism and his ultimate conversion. Representations of Christ as an idealized young Roman no doubt came as a surprise to Augustine and impressed him. And how poignant must have seemed to him the figure of Christ before Pilate, the type of Roman governor which at one time Augustine perhaps aspired to be. The climax of Augustine's conversion occurred in a garden in Milan, and its fulfillment in another garden in the country. I think he must have loved gardens. He seemed to see truth most clearly in them. There's one episode in the process leading up to his conversion that particularly takes my fancy. He writes, "My misery was complete, and I remember how one day you made me realize how utterly wretched I was. I was preparing a speech in praise of the emperor, intending that it should include a great many lies, which would certainly be applauded by an audience who knew well enough how far from the truth they were. I was greatly preoccupied by this task, and my mind was feverishly busy with its harassing problems. As I walked along one of the streets of Milan, I noticed a poor beggar who must, I suppose, have had his fill of food and drink, since he was laughing and joking. Contrasting their two conditions, his so troubled, the beggar's so cheerful. He cried out in desperation, will you never cease setting your heart on shadows and following a lie? His anguish and contrition are all too actual to me after more than 40 years in the same sort of profession. Nonetheless, Augustine's mind continued to be occupied with thoughts of fame and success, and he was planning a rich marriage, having very callously sent away the mistress he'd brought from North Africa, who'd lived with him for 15 years, and keeping with himself their son Deodatus, on whom he doted. Then matters came to a head. It happened in the garden of the house where he and Alypius lived. They had the use of this garden because the owner was away and didn't live there. I now found, he writes, myself driven by the tumult in my breast to take refuge in this garden, where no one could interrupt that fierce struggle in which I was my own contestant until it came to its conclusion. In this mood, he suddenly heard the sing-song voice of a child in a nearby house. Whether it was the voice of a boy or a girl, I can't say. But again and again it repeated the refrain, take it and read it. Take it and read. So he rushed back to where he'd left a copy of the Gospels open at the St. Paul's Epistle to the Romans and read, not in reveling and drunkenness, not in lust and wantonness, not in quarrels and rivalries. Rather, arm yourselves with the Lord Jesus Christ. Spend no more thought on nature and nature's appetites. I had no wish, he writes, to read more, and no need to do so. For in an instant, as I came to the end of the sentence, it was as though the light of confidence flooded into my heart, and all the darkness and doubt was dispelled. No one must suppose that this great conversion which had befallen Augustine, this light which had shone into his life and was never again going to leave it, had turned him away from this world. On the contrary, it made him more conscious than ever before of its joys and its beauties, more aware than ever he'd been of the terrific privilege it was to be allowed to exist in time. There's a stupendous passage in the Confessions that I love very much, in which he asks the earth itself, the winds that blow, and the whole air, and all that lives in it, what is my God? Likewise the sky, the moon, and the stars, what is my God? None of these was God, he was told. He went on to speak to all the things that are about me, all that can be admitted by the door of the senses. They too, he was told, were not God. Then at last he understood. Their beauty was all the answer they could give, and the only answer he needed to hear.
Praise
Following his conversion, Augustine set out with Monica to return to North Africa, resolving to dedicate the remaining years of his life wholly to the service of Christ. They reached the port of Ostia, and there were delayed because the Mediterranean was infested with pirates, and no boats would put to sea. How different was the Augustine returning to North Africa from the one who'd left for Rome, now as avid to leave the world as then he'd been to plunge into it, as ardently in search of obscurity as then of fame. It was while they were waiting in Ostia that Augustine and Monica had an extraordinary mystical experience, which is described in the Confessions with incomparable artistry and skill. They were looking out of the window of the house they were staying in onto the courtyard below, and talking together serenely and joyfully of the eternal life of the saints, which, they agreed, no bodily pleasure, however great it might be, and how whatever earthly light might shed lustre upon it, was worthy of comparison or even mention. As they talked on, ranging over the whole compass of material things in their various degrees, up to the very heavens themselves, they came to survey the eternal wisdom, longing for it and straining for it, Augustine says, with all the strength of their hearts. Then they reached out and touched this eternal wisdom, which, like eternity itself, is neither in the past nor the future, but just is. Touched it only to return, leaving, Augustine writes, our spiritual harvest bound to it, to the sound of our own speech, in which each word has a beginning and an end, far, far different from your word, our Lord, who abides in himself forever, yet never grows old, and gives new life to all things. Who that's ever tried to give expression to the perspectives and shape of this creation in which we live, using these clumsy bricks, these words with a beginning and end, will not feel awed that so great a writer as Augustine should feel so. It was after this experience that Monica told Augustine that she had nothing left to live for, since God had granted her every wish, and more besides, now that she saw her son, his servant, and knew that he had spurned such joys as this world had to offer. 9 days later, she was dead, and Augustine, leaving her mortal remains in Ostia, returned here to North Africa to undertake his great life's work. This was no less than to salvage from a world in ruins the Christian faith, in order that it might provide the basis for a new, splendid civilization, which would grow great, and then, in its time, falter and fail, as men forgot the eternal wisdom that Monica and Augustine had glimpsed at Ostia, and thought to find in their own mortal bodies the joy of living, and in their own mortal minds its meaning. Augustine's last reference to his mother in the Confessions is to ask everyone who reads the book to remember Monica, your servant, and with her Patricius, her husband, who died before her, by whose bodies you brought me into this life. Through the centuries, Monica has been duly remembered. As for Augustine himself, the whole of the rest of his life was spent here in North Africa. He never crossed the sea again. His idea was to gather a few similarly inclined friends round him and share with them a monastic life on his small estate in the hills where he was born. It was not to be. His gifts were too famous and too precious, and the need for leadership in the church too great for him to be left in peace. As he told his congregation many years later, when he'd long been a bishop, he came here to Hippo, now a Naba in Algeria, to see a friend whom he hoped to persuade to join him in the monastic life. Feeling secure because Hippo had a bishop, he came to this cathedral, whose foundations can still be clearly seen. But he was recognized, grabbed, made a priest, and in due course, a bishop. Augustine wept when, almost under compulsion, he was first ordained a priest. Probably he'd have had difficulty himself in explaining just what his tears were about. But one of the causes was certainly the dream he then lost of a life of prayer and meditation away from a troubled world. He was 43 when he first mounted the cathedra as Bishop of Hippo, one of the many small Roman ports along the North African coast. Thenceforth, he was endlessly involved in the duties and responsibilities of his office and the often bitter controversies of his time. Contemplating Augustine's achievement, one stands amazed. By becoming their bishop, he had in truth become the servant of his congregation, those volatile Christians of North Africa, whose feelings he understood so well. Preaching to them often daily, spending his mornings adjudicating their private disputes, constantly available to anyone of them in need of help or counsel, and all the while conducting an enormous correspondence. His administrative burden was very great. I see him here in his study at Hippo, a man withdrawn from the commotion around him, despite his great fame and involvement in his troubled times, somehow isolated, as though after all in his own inner sanctity he'd achieved the monastic life he so longed for. Though Augustine detested it, his work necessitated much traveling. The roads were dangerous, as the North African countryside was infested with wild bands of religious fanatics, supporters of the heretical Donatists, whose bitter enemy he was. Gatherings of the North African hierarchy brought him most often to this great metropolitan church of Carthage, where Augustine delivered many of his greatest polemics, placing his dazzling gifts unreservedly at the service of his church. His public utterances and writings are full of arresting, challenging phrases, as fresh and relevant to our years as to those who first heard them. For instance, "This is the door of the Lord, the righteous shall enter in," was written on the lintel of a church in Numidia. "The man who enters, however," wrote Augustine, "is bound to see drunkards, misers, tricksters, gamblers, adulterers, fornicators, people wearing amulets, assiduous clients of sorcerers and astrologers. He must be warned that the same crowds that press into the churches on Christian festivals also fill the theaters on pagan holidays." And on the subject of the theater itself, wherever the towering mass of the theaters erected, there foundations of Christian virtue are undermined. And while this insane expenditure gives to the sponsors a glorious result, men mock at the works of mercy. It is only charity that distinguishes the children of God from the children of the devil. They all make the sign of the cross and answer Amen and sing Alleluia. They all go to church and build up the walls of the basilicas. But it is only charity that distinguishes the children of God from the children of the devil. Take away the barriers afforded by the laws, men's brazen capacity to do harm, their urge to self-indulgence would rage to the full. No king in his kingdom, no general with his troops, no husband with his wife, no father with his son could hope to stop by any threat or punishment the license that would follow, the sheer sweet taste of sinning. Give me a man in love. He knows what I mean. Give me one who yearns. Give me one who's hungry. Give me one far away in this desert who's thirsty and sighs for the spring of the eternal country. Give me that sort of man. He knows what I mean. But if I speak to a cold man, he just doesn't know what I'm talking about. You're surprised that the world is losing its grip, that the world is grown old. Don't hold on to the old man, the world. Don't refuse to regain your youth in Christ, who says to you, the world is passing away. The world's losing its grip. The world's short of breath. Don't fear. Thy youth shall be renewed as an eagle. Though no one has ever been more insistent on the need for purity, equally, no one has ever been less of a Puritan in the pejorative sense. Everything in creation delighted Augustine. He spoke to his congregation of the glorious changing colors of the Mediterranean, which he'd so often observed. All created things should be loved, he insisted, because God made them. The sea, the creatures, everything that is, speaks of God. It was because he was so aware of the universality of God's love and presence that he could easily communicate with all sorts and conditions of men. For instance, the fisherman at Hippo. It will not be held against you, he once said, that you are ignorant against your will, but that you neglect to seek out what it is that makes you ignorant. Not that you cannot bring together your wounded limbs, but that you reject him that would heal them. Again, like his master, like the Gospels themselves, he used everyday imagery to make his points, as when he compares God's gifts to us to a man giving his girl a bracelet. If she so delights in the bracelet as to forget the giver, that is an insult to him. But if she so delights in the bracelet as to love the giver more, that was what the bracelet was for. We take for granted the slow miracle whereby water in the irrigation of a vineyard becomes wine. It's only when Christ turns water into wine in quick motion, as it were, that we stand amazed. And there was always the North African countryside. When all is said and done, is there any more marvelous sight, any occasion when human reason is nearer to some sort of converse with the nature of things than the sowing of seeds, the planting of cuttings, the transplanting of shrubs, the grafting of slips? It's as though you could question the vital force in each root and bud on what it can do and what it cannot and why. So this scintillating mind lives on in his words, taking account of the times they were living through and the fears and anxieties they generated, and brushing aside empty hopes of fashioning a better world out of mere mortal hopes for one. I no longer wished for a better world, because I was thinking of the whole of creation. And in the light of this clearer discernment, I've come to see that though the higher things are better than the lower, the sum of all creation is better than the higher things alone. Augustine was 56, and here in Carthage, when in the year 410, someone came and told him that Rome had been sacked. It must have been a moment of very great drama in his life. Of course, he knew that something of the kind was liable to happen, and had prepared himself and his flock as far as he could for it. "Don't lose heart, brothers," he told them. "There will be an end to every earthly kingdom. And if this is actually the end now, God sees." Even so, he'd continued to nourish the hope as people do when a great disaster looms, that somehow it wouldn't happen. In our time, as in Augustine's, we've witnessed great disasters, and we know how the flame of hope burns on. I remember very well, on a bright August Sunday afternoon, standing on Camden Hill in the year 1940, and hearing the roar of the first wave of the Luftwaffe coming over London, and thinking it can't happen. But of course, it did. Like many of my generation, I felt that the cities of Western civilization had been morally bombed before the actual bombs began to fall. But Augustine loved and revered Rome. He saw it not just as the symbol of a great empire, but as signifying civilization itself. Everything that he'd admired and aspired after when he was growing up and a student in the great metropolis that this ruin once was. Art, literature, all the things he wanted to achieve. All that, as Talleyrand called it, when he witnessed, as he thought, the ruin of French civilization. Douceur de vivre, sweetness of life. Augustine's first duty was to hearten his flock and prevent panic and demoralization, which the flood of refugees which had already begun to arrive in North Africa from Rome might well have brought about. In a sermon that he delivered at the time, he compared the capture of Rome by Alaric with the destruction of Sodom, pointing out that in the latter case, everyone had perished and the city had been eradicated, never to exist again. In Rome, there were many survivors, including all who'd taken refuge in churches, Alaric himself being an Arian Christian. There'd been a great deal of destruction, of course, but Augustine pointed out, cities consist of men, not of walls, which can be rebuilt. Rome had been chastised, but not destroyed. The world, he said, reels under crushing blows. The old man is shaken out. The flesh is pressed. The spirit turns to clear, flowing oil. Then he turned to the deeper question of the relations between earthly cities like Rome, which men build and destroy, which have their day, rising and falling, like everything in time, and the heavenly city, or city of God, which is everlasting. The question occupied him for the next 17 years, almost to the end of his life, and resulted in the production of his great work of genius, the City of God, which, directly or indirectly, has influenced the thought of Christians on what they owe to God and what to Caesar through the succeeding 15 centuries. We live perforce, and always must, in earthly cities.
They, as it were, are our location, our set, with history for our script. At the same time, we're unique in all creation in being capable of envisaging a heavenly city, not susceptible to the ravages of time, existing beyond the dark jungle of the human will. As St. Paul put it, and Augustine echoed, here we have no continuing city, but we seek one to come.
Pursuing his theme, Augustine ranges over the whole of human history as then understood, whose debris we here survey. His conclusions lose none of their force in the light of whatever's been invented, concluded, and speculated upon in the subsequent 15 centuries. The centuries of past history, Augustine wrote, would have rolled by like empty jars if Christ had not been foretold by them. These were the two motives which drove the Romans to their wonderful achievements: liberty and the passion for the praise of men. What else was there for them to love save glory? For through glory they desired to have a kind of life after death on the lips of those who praised them. The heavenly city outshines Rome beyond comparison. There, instead of victory, is truth. Instead of high rank, holiness. Instead of peace, felicity. Instead of life, eternity. Take Aristotle, put him near to the rock of Christ, and he fades away into nothingness. Who is Aristotle? When he hears the words, Christ said, then he shakes in hell. Pythagoras said this, Plato said that. Put them near to the rock and compare these arrogant people with him who was crucified. In our fallen state, our imperfection, we can conceive perfection. Through the incarnation, the presence of God among us in the lineaments of man, we have a window in the walls of time, which looks out onto this heavenly city. This was Augustine's profoundest conclusion, and in his great work, he enshrined it imperishably, to be a comfort and a light in the dark days that lay ahead, when the triumphant Vandals would cross into Africa, reaching the walls of Hippo itself, as he lay dying there in the year 430. Today, the earthly city looks ever larger, to the point where it may be said to have taken over the heavenly one. Turning away from God, blown up with the arrogance that their fabulous success in exploring and harnessing the mechanism of life has generated, men believe themselves to be at last in charge of their own destiny. As we survey the disastrous consequences of such an attitude, the chaos and destruction it's brought, as Augustine did, the fall of Rome and its aftermath, his words on that other occasion still stand, applicable, as he says, to all circumstances and conditions of men, irrespective of nationality, regime, language, all the criteria whereby we separate race from race and community from community.
In its sojourn here, he writes, the heavenly city makes use of the peace provided by the earthly city. In all that relates to the mortal nature of man, it preserves and indeed seeks the concordance of human wills. It refers the earthly peace to the heavenly peace, which is truly such peace that it alone can be described as peace. For it is the highest degree of ordered and harmonious fellowship in the enjoyment of God and of another in God. When this stage is reached, then there will be life. Not life subject to death, but life that is clearly and assuredly life-giving. There will be a body, not a body which is animal, weighing down the soul as it decays, but a spiritual body, experiencing no need and subordinated in every part to the will. This is the peace that the heavenly city has while it sojourns here in faith. And in this faith, it lives a life of righteousness. To the establishing of that peace, it refers all its good actions, whether they be towards God or towards one's neighbor. For the life of this city is utterly and entirely a life of fellowship. Some 10 centuries after Augustine was called on to salvage the Christian church from the ruins of the Roman Empire, Blaise Pascal took upon himself the task of defending the Christian faith against the arrogance and pride of those who believed they could live without God or mold his purposes to their own. In the France of the Bourbon kings, Pascal was confronted with the Renaissance and the Reformation. He, a man of the Renaissance par excellence himself, avid to extend the frontiers of knowledge, standing on the threshold of science as we know it today, and aware as no one among his contemporaries was of its fabulous potentialities. Who better qualified then to expose the pretensions of science than so eminent a scientist and so celebrated a mathematician, to point the contrast between man standing alone in an illimitable universe and man gathered into the human family of a loving God. Man is only a reed
the feeblest thing in nature, but he's a thinking reed. It's not necessary for the entire universe to take up arms in order to crush him. A vapor, a drop of water is sufficient to kill him. But if the universe crushes him, man would still be nobler than the thing which destroys him, because he knows that he's dying. And the universe, which has him at his mercy, is unaware of it. Thus, more than 3 centuries ago, Pascal, in his great work, The Pensée, defined man's superiority to nature.
If ever there was a thinking reed, it was Pascal himself. In his short life, he died when he was only 39, he established himself as an outstanding mathematician, scientist, and inventor, to the point that it was considered by no means out of the way to compare him with Aristotle. On this mountain, for instance, an experiment was carried out under Pascal's direction, which established the existence of atmospheric pressure, thereby laying down the foundations of the modern science of hydraulics. Again, over there in Clermont-Ferrand, where Pascal was born, is the mechanical calculator, or as he called it, machine arithmétique, that he designed on the same essential lines as today's computer. In the field of pure mathematics, he's one of the great names, an astonishing enough yield in all conscience for one abbreviated life, any item of which would have been enough to ensure that Pascal continued to be remembered. It's not, however, for any or all of these achievements that his fame has grown through the centuries since his death, or for that matter, that I make my tiny contribution to it on a medium that certainly would have fascinated him, but for something that I, like many, many others before me, consider immeasurably greater: his sublime defense of faith as the one sure guide to reality, and of the Christian religion as showing Western man the way out of the cul-de-sac into which science must infallibly lead him.
The cul-de-sac of science has only become the more evident during the 20th century, when science has advanced further towards exploring and explaining the nature and mechanisms of matter than in all the rest of recorded time. The spectacle which Pascal imagined, and we've actually seen, of our Earth as a tiny revolving ball in the immensity of space, one among innumerable others, great and small, far from, as he hoped, turning us to God, has served rather to sharpen and intensify the idiot conceit of technologically advanced nations.
Just let me close off with this one thing. I was thinking, as you know, as you came down, and we knew it was a success, and it had only been 8 days, just a week, a long week, that this is the greatest week in the history of the world since the creation.
In other words, as Pascal foresaw would happen, science, like the old pagan gods, has come to belong rather to man's quest for power than for truth.
Man a thinking reed, yes, but his very thought processes only induce him to realize the limitations of thought, as his preoccupation with time leads him to diminish the importance of eternity, turning it into nothingness and nothingness into eternity. So, the most brilliant scientist of his time denounced not the methods, but the vainglorious pretensions of science, and an incomparable intellect devoted itself to showing how very little the intellect can do. Know then, proud man, Pascal wrote, what a paradox you are to yourself. Humble yourself, impotent reason. Be silent, dull-witted nature, and learn from your master your true condition, which you don't understand. Listen to God. See the earth as a point compared with the vast circles it describes. stand amazed that this circle itself is only a tiny point in relation to the course traced by the stars revolving in the firmament, that the whole visible world is no more than an imperceptible speck in the ample bosom of nature. Having thus lost himself in creation's vast perspectives, Pascal insisted, man may find himself again in a God who has counted the hairs of his head and can't see a sparrow fall to the ground without concern. In place of his great contemporary Descartes' pursuit of an abstract intellectual truth, Pascal sets the personal drama of individual men seeking God. Instead of Descartes' "I think, therefore I am," Pascal says, "I look for God, therefore I found him." Modern medicine concentrates on the body, its organs and its mechanisms. It seeks to demonstrate its own omnipotence and finds its inspiration in reason, in the mind, rather than in faith. Yet, Pascal observes, how few things there are which can be proved. Proofs only convince the mind. Who's ever been able to prove that tomorrow will come and that we shall die? And what could be more generally believed? In short, we must rely on faith when the mind has once perceived where truth lies, in order to quench our thirst and color our minds with a faith that eludes us at every moment of the day. At Lourdes, the pilgrims chant their misereres, laying their infirmities and disabilities before God, and hoping to be vouchsafed the spiritual strength to endure and perhaps even overcome them. In their meek acceptance of affliction, their readiness to say and mean, "Thy will be done," they display the true greatness of man, which, Pascal writes in the Pensée, is great insofar as he realizes that he's wretched. A tree doesn't know its own wretchedness. Over France in Pascal's time loomed the formidable figure of Cardinal Richelieu, who combined in his single person the power of the church and the state. No doubt the author of the Pensée had him in mind when he wrote so scathingly of the pretensions of earthly authority, while at the same time being fully aware of its necessity if laws were to be enforced and order to be maintained. Like all mystics, Pascal was at heart an anarchist, who nonetheless realized that as long as men needed rules to live together, they would also need power to enforce them. Like St. Augustine, he longed for his citizenship in the city of God, but meanwhile was content to accept the conditions of living in the earthly city.
It was to Richelieu that Pascal's father, Etienne Pascal, owed his appointment to high administrative positions in the service of the state. And when, for a while, he fell out of favor and had to stay away from Paris for fear of being arrested, it was his youngest daughter, Jacqueline, who, at the age of 12, successfully pleaded for her father with the cardinal. The children never went to school, and Etienne Pascal, a true man of the Renaissance, educated them himself at home on carefully thought out principles. When Etienne Pascal was entrusted with the thankless task of collecting in Normandy the exorbitant taxes which Richelieu was bound to impose to pay for the king's wars, his son used very touchingly to sit up with him night after night, working on his desolate accounts. It was this experience which first turned Pascal's attention to the possibility of inventing a calculating machine. Again, when by chance the family came into contact with a Jansenist priest, they all responded together to this evangelical movement within what had become, under Richelieu's dominance in many respects, a corrupt and worldly church. Etienne Pascal did not live to see the full involvement of his children in Jansenism, but all three of them, Jacqueline most ardently, her brother trailing along behind her, and Gilberte more sedately, remained faithful to its high standards of piety, charity, and devotion.
The Jansenist movement, named after a bishop of Ypres, was strongly supported at the Abbey of Port-Royal, whose Mother Superior, Mère Angélique, belonged to the Arnaud family, all of whom were ardent followers of Jansen. Jansenism attracted such gifted, pious people, as well as aristocrats, like the Duc de Rohanay, a great friend of Pascal, who in his early days had a taste for consorting with the nobility. It was some of these aristocratic Jansenists who became known as the gentlemen hermits.
It was here at Port-Royal that some of the most dramatic and decisive exchanges in Pascal's life took place with his sister Jacqueline, whom he loved so dearly, and who, when their father died, had insisted on becoming a nun at this famous convent. Pascal's feelings about her renunciation of the world were mixed. First of all, he approved, then he opposed, and then he sourly acquiesced. At one point, they were involved in a sordid money row, which had Pascal shouting angrily that under no circumstances would he agree to his sister's share of their inheritance being handed over to the convent as her dowry when she took her final vows. This particular row ended in Pascal handing over more to the convent than was required, thereby incidentally quite considerably reducing his own income.
Such rows, in my experience, are never about what they're about. And I doubt very much whether either of them really cared much about the money as such, either way. Jacqueline, who was a girl of quite exceptional gifts, in some ways surpassing those of her brother, and whose dazzling attractiveness shines out across the intervening 3 centuries, in my opinion, went to the heart of the matter when she upbraided her brother by saying, "If you don't possess the strength to follow me, at least don't hold me back. Don't show yourself ungrateful to God for the grace he's given to a person whom you love." In other words, it was envy and pride that were gnawing away at Pascal, not cupidity at all. It riled him deeply that he should go on being held a prisoner of the world that she had so gracefully and thankfully cast off, a servitude he found increasingly burdensome. In the event, of course, Pascal did turn up when Jacqueline took her final vows. She could see him through this grille in silhouette, on his knees, but still looking cross. Actually, as I'm sure she correctly divined, he was on the run, and she resolved then and there to press him hard, with a view to making of him a Christian saint instead of a mere brilliant scientist and celebrity. Thenceforth, in their now almost daily exchanges across the grille, it was Jacqueline who made the going, until about the middle of September 1654, as she wrote to her sister Gilberte, he opened up his heart to me in a way that could not but fill me with pity. He admitted, she went on, that in the midst of his many occupations and of the pleasures of the fashionable world by which he seemed to set so much store, he was conscious of an overwhelming urge to abandon everything. It was an important admission, but still, though he felt this extreme distaste for the follies and distractions of society, there was no corresponding inclination to turn to God. How truly attached to worldly things he must have been, Jacqueline reflected, thus to resist the graces God sends him and to turn a deaf ear to his appeal. They broke off to attend Vespers, Pascal under the small visitors' cupola and Jacqueline behind the grille, praying, as I'm sure she'd never prayed before, that the grace so vividly growing in her famous brother would lead him to take the last remaining step into God's arms.
Some 5 weeks later, he took it. On the night of November 23. We have, as it happens, Pascal's own account, written in his own hand, of this experience in the famous memorial, which was found sewn into his clothing at the time of his death. He treasured it and kept it on his person always. His sister Gilberte piously preserved it, crumpled and faded among his papers. A unique and intensely moving document, which, like some spiritual seismograph, reflects in its very strokes and flourishes the fluctuations of his state of mind when he was writing it. We may imagine him sitting at home in the evening. He opens his New Testament at the account of the Passion, and his eye fastens on Peter's thrice-repeated denial that he was an associate of Jesus. As he reads, the cock crows, but not for Peter, for him, Pascal. Peter, confronted with his disloyalty, wept, and so does Pascal, realizing that he too has separated himself from Christ. What desolation, what darkness. Then suddenly deliverance comes. He understands that he too can be forgiven, that he is forgiven. He looks at the clock and sees it is 10:30. Seated at his desk, he begins his memorial. First, a tiny cross at the top of the paper, followed by the date, Monday, 23rd November, 1654, Feast of St. Clement, Pope and Martyr, and others belonging to the martyrology. Then the word fire, signifying the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, but not, he adds, to rub in the point, the God of the philosophers and scholars. This, I'm sure, with an eye on Descartes. Now come the triumphant words, certainty, certainty, emotion, joy, peace, God of Jesus Christ, diem meum et diem vestum, thy God shall be my God, oblivion of the world and of everything except God. His ecstasy is in his pen. The slanting letters proclaim it, like steeples reaching into the sky. Joy, 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 tears of joy.
Now, like St. Paul and Augustine in similar circumstances, Pascal had a craving for solitude, which he found at Port-Royal's sister foundation, Port-Royal des Champs, outside Paris.
Contrary to what's often suggested, the conversion that Pascal so ecstatically described in the memorial did not result in his abandoning all his worldly interests. For instance, he continued with his scientific studies and researches. And even as late as the last year of his life, he was responsible for starting what was in effect Paris's first public transport system. Moreover, the most mundane of his writings, the famous Provincial Letters, were undertaken almost by chance after his conversion and involved him as one of the principals in the bitter controversy then raging between the Jesuits and the Jansenists. The Jesuits favored tempering the severities of Christian doctrine and practice in order to make them more palatable. On the other hand, the Jansenists were insistent that the service of Christ still required the renunciation of worldly pleasures and prizes. Pascal, in any case, would have been temperamentally on the Jansenist side. He loved the pleasures and the prizes much too much to tolerate any mitigation of their ill repute.
with Port-Royal in effect the headquarters of militant Jansenism, and his beloved Jacqueline, one of the most ardent of the militants, he soon became the anonymous and enormously impressive spokesman, using to the full his splendid gift of irony, deployed in a lucid, flexible style more reminiscent of Jonathan Swift than Thomas Aquinas. Pascal, in his Provincial Letters, mercilessly lambasted the Jesuits. It was a superb performance, greatly admired by the reading public, who flocked to get the letters as they came out. Some of the staider Jansenists, despite or perhaps because of their great popularity, found them a shade disconcerting. The Jesuits, of course, abominated them. The controversy which gave rise to the Provincial Letters is an everlasting one between those who think that as far as possible we should be allowed to do what we like in this world, and those who, like Pascal, conceive it to be the glory and the greatness of man to look upwards from what he called licking the earth, to survey the destiny that awaits him beyond the ticking of the clocks. Today, the controversy ranges around the concept of what's called situational ethics, whereby an act is right or wrong, not intrinsically, but in relation to its circumstances. As Pascal himself put it, merely according to reason, nothing is just in itself. Everything varies according to the weather. Now, as in Pascal's time, Jesuits tend to find such a view sympathetic.
I suppose that in the present condition of the world and in the various controversies that go on now among theologians and moralists and so on, one could see a repetition almost of the situation that Pascal recognized around him. For instance, in terms just of human behavior, what is now, I believe, called situational ethics, isn't that right? Mm-hmm. In other words, that our moral behavior depends not just on good and evil, but on the actual circumstance. There might be circumstances which would make, say, adultery a perfectly permissible act, and other circumstances in which it would still be. I think Pascal would have been pretty strongly against this, wouldn't he?
Well, I suppose you're familiar with that. That in traditional Christian morality, you judge the morality of an action by the object, by the intention, and by the circumstances. Yes. And the circumstances are considered as the third element, third and less important element, while in situational ethic, roughly considered, the ones by Fuchs, for example, by Fletcher, first manner, the circumstances were all, so that you had no rule, no absolutes, no principle. I don't agree at all with that, and I would be
a supporter of Fletcher.
No, I wouldn't be. But today, I would be more of a supporter of Fletcher because he's evolved a lot. And let's say some Jesuits are coming back to the Fletcher position, especially in the United States at the present time, because there is quite a difference between what happened then and what happens now. They insist on the basic commitment to faith, love of God, and love of neighbor. And then comes the circumstances. To my mind, this is much more human.
It might be more human, Father, but if I were sort of speaking on behalf of Pascal, surely it is a contributory cause of the moral dissolution which threatens our society. In other words, if to the ordinary mortal man, if you say to him, well, I can't tell you, I can't give you a code of behavior, I can't even give you absolutes of good and evil, I can't give you God and the devil, but I can say to you, you must love your neighbor and so on, and that in the light of that you must consider each separate moral situation that arises. I can't see poor old mankind evolving much virtuous behavior out of that.
Well, I would react that way, to my mind. First, there is a distinction between being perfect and being moral. You agree with that? Being moral means that you recognize what's wrong in you. Being perfect is the effect of grace when you follow it. Right. At that moment, I say, well, if suppose the Christian churches decided to be just as radical as the Jansenists were in the 17th century, they would turn out to be a ghetto, to my mind, and the influence of Christ. Christ has never been extremely aggressive on human morality. He's been insisting and demanding, but at the same time extremely merciful on the sinners.
In what cases? You were thinking of that old woman, the woman taken in adultery.
Yes.
She's always brought up, and they
Yes.
always leave out nowadays, Father, the end of it, in which she's told to go away and sin no more.
And sin no
Have you
more.
noticed that in the permissive presentations of
Yes.
this favourite story, whether in Jesus
Yeah.
Superstar or any other, the last sentence is always omitted.
I agree.
But I think the
And
last
this
sentence
is a
is
weakness.
the last
This is a
sentence is the
weakness.
important
Certainly.
thing. The important
Certainly.
thing.
The Christian demand for perfection must not be dropped.
That's
and in a
right.
way, the churches could do more, I think, to protect us against what you called as a decadent morality, if I
But
recall.
don't you think, Father, too, again, in my role of trying to be Pascal, that not only is that necessary, but it's also necessary to insist on this question of behavior. I mean, the woman taken in adultery, of course, mercy is required, and our Lord constantly displayed that. But equally, if there's no code of conduct,
Right.
then
Right.
where are we?
Yes, and I agree. And that's so that I wouldn't consider that situational morality today as no code. No code. They have a code, definitely. For example, the Decalogue, which has been the old Jesuit tradition. As you know, the Dominicans centered their reflection on morality on the three theological virtues, faith, hope, and charity, and the four cardinal virtues. While the Jesuits used the Decalogue traditionally, and we still do.
But the Ten Commandments.
The Ten Commandments, that's right.
Would you still endorse them?
Certainly, certainly.
But
They're
could-
the only law this world has ever known, as somebody said. Cecil B. DeMille is the man who did.
Yes, I'm sure. He made this great film. Who wins? It's what everyone always wants to know. But of course, in truly fundamental disputes, like the one between the Jesuits and the Jansenists, between the worldly and the otherworldly, there are no clear-cut winners and losers. It's perfectly true that the Jansenists, as such, have ceased to exist. Persecution followed the appearance of the Provincial Letters, and the religious at Port-Royal were required to adhere to an equivocal statement of orthodoxy, an exercise in casuistry that killed poor Jacqueline, or at any rate hastened her early death. Later, on the orders of Louis XIV, the Port-Royal of Mère Angélique and the gentlemen hermits was destroyed. And all we can do today is trace what it once was in these spare ruins, all that remains of its material existence. As for the Society of Jesuits, they can be said to be going strong, or at any rate, going. Now, likewise, this Palace of Versailles, which Louis XIV was at such pains to have built, at the same time as he was destroying Port-Royal, it still stands, though no longer the residence of kings, but a tourist attraction. As for the Provincial Letters, they hold their place in Pascal's oeuvre, but as literature, or perhaps better, as an early brilliant essay in journalism, rather than as an apologia for Jansenism. How then do the accounts work out, the debit and the credit? The answer is that they're still not closed and never can be. Versailles standing is essentially as much a ruin as Port-Royal ruined. What Pascal defended can't be lost. What the Jesuits defend is lost already. They build the walls of Jericho, which have to be built, but only to fall down when a Pascal blows his trumpet. While they are concerned with tactics, his mind was on strategy.
This majestic cathedral of Chartres belongs to a period as far away in time from Pascal as he is from us. It symbolized then, as it does now, the heavenly hopes of those who built it, and stands in all its solidity as an enduring monument to a church which has managed to survive through all the troubled centuries of Christendom. In Pascal's time, as in ours, its continued existence was threatened from without and from within. The Reformation, like the discoveries and pretensions of science today, had challenged its basic premises. And inside the church there were those, again as there are today, in each case with the Jesuits well to the fore, eager to fall in with the new, trendy, intellectual and moral attitudes. Pascal himself was ready to lend his dialectical skill to opposing the innovators, and considered himself, to the end of his days, a loyal son of the church, even though he was open to a charge of heresy and only just missed being excommunicated. At the same time, what Pascal was concerned with essentially was not an institutional church or a temporal state, but man himself, that fugitive from reality, who must somehow be persuaded to confront his own imperfection and despair, and see through them into the bright light of eternity, his true habitat. Since men are unable, he wrote, to cure death, misery, ignorance, they imagine they can find happiness by not thinking about such things. Well, Pascal would set them thinking.
Pascal was endlessly fascinated by the ingenuity with which we human beings evade reality, from small, trivial evasions, like these televised buffooneries in the very shadow of Christendom's most splendid monument. What an extraordinary thing it is, he observes in the Pensée, that a man who has suffered some terrible bereavement or got involved in some desperate plot can forget his troubles so easily. Born to know the universe, to sit in judgment and to rule, he's wholly concerned with trivialities. And if he tries to rise above them, he will only be departing from his natural state, neither angel nor beast, but just man. Then there are the larger evasions of reality, mounted in courts of justice and of kings, on battlefields and in legislatures, in laboratories and universities. So Pascal anatomized our human condition in his great work, the Pensée.
In the high tide of his newfound faith, Pascal took upon himself the stupendous task of producing no less than a defense of the Christian religion. It is an audacious undertaking, to take, as it were, the contemporary atheist by the scruff of the neck and make him see how mistaken he was in rejecting what alone could save him from boredom and despair. The method he proposed to employ was precisely the same as in his scientific expositions: an examination of the evidence
reasoned argument, and the lucid presentation of cogent conclusions. As things turned out, he never got beyond preparing the notes, and his sister Gilberte, in her charming memoir of him, bemoans the fact that all his labors should thus have been fruitless. She needn't have worried. The notes, called Pensées, have enchanted, infuriated, uplifted, depressed, enlightened, mystified, but always enthralled countless readers from generation to generation, and are today as sparkling as when they were written, and if anything, even more relevant. Indeed, I consider myself that it was a beneficent, if not miraculous circumstance, that Pascal was unable to proceed beyond the notes. The full work, had he lived to complete it, might well have been too massive, too definitive, too dogmatic even in its final conclusions to appeal, as the Pensées have, to all the stragglers and vagrants like myself, similarly questing. Might it not also have lacked something of the quality I find most delectable? A beautiful skepticism, contrasting so joyously with the sentimentality and credulity of scientific humanism, which actually takes seriously man's ridiculous pretension to shape his own destiny, pursue his own happiness, construct his own well-being. The red robes of our judges, Pascal insists, the ermine in which they swaddle themselves like furry cats, the courts where they sit, the fleur-de-lis, all the august display is very necessary. Likewise, if physicians didn't have cassocks and mules, and professors didn't have square hats and robes 4 sizes too large, they'd never have been able to fool people. Kings and dons and divines are under a similar necessity to dress up in their preposterous robes and gowns and wigs. Otherwise, we'd see them for what they are, ham actors in an interminable soap opera called history, in which a mighty Roman empire stands or falls on Cleopatra's nose, and whole continents are devastated by wars and revolutions purporting to uphold liberty and enlarge happiness, and infallibly destroying both. Plato and Aristotle, when they wrote about politics, were drawing up plans for a madhouse whose inmates, mankind, were under the necessity to invent endless diversions to fight off the ennui which would otherwise afflict them, and evade confronting the circumstances of their existence, which would otherwise plunge them into despair. There's nothing so absurd that it hasn't been said by one philosopher or another. Pascal quotes Cicero as saying, "The subsequent centuries have certainly not detracted from the force of this observation, least of all our own." What sort of a creature, then, was this monster man? What a novelty, what a portent, what a chaos, what a mass of contradictions, what a prodigy, judge of all things, a ridiculous earthworm who's nonetheless the repository of truth, a sink of uncertainty and error, the glory and the scum of the world, a chaos suspended over an abyss, great only in that he knows he's wretched. The very reason on which he so prides himself leads him to conclude that there are an infinite number of things beyond it. Pride separates him from God and induces him to believe that he's a god himself. When he licks the earth, he's cast into the other abyss and seeks his good in sensuality, which is the lot of the animals. Egomania and erotomania, the two sicknesses of the godless, afflict him. In the Pensées, at the very moment of the birth of science as we know it today, Pascal prophesied its downfall, which we're witnessing. As men came to grasp the vast extent and complexity of creation, ranging between the minuteness of the atom and the immensity of the universe, they would become, as he predicted, terrified by the eternal silence of these infinite spaces.
a choice would confront them between seeing the whole future of man locked up immutably in his physical being, in Professor Monod's terms, in his genes, and accepting, in humility and contrition, a role in the mysterious purposes of a loving God. With passionate intensity and the clarity of an evening star shining in a darkening sky, he plumped for the latter choice. If it was a wager, he'd bet on it. If a vigil, he'd watch for it. If a martyrdom, he'd die for it. The alternative to God was nothingness. The way to God revealed by Jesus Christ, who is by his glory all that is great, being God, and is by his mortal life all that is stunted and abject, who assumed his wretched condition in order that he might be in all people and serve as a model for all conditions of men. So Pascal takes us with him along his own arduous mental and spiritual pilgrimage, delivering us at his destination, where we find the intersection of time and eternity in a cross, on which God dies in the person of a man, and a man rises from the dead in the person of God. Pascal's funeral and burial took place in this church of St. Etienne du Mont on the 21st of August, 1662, at 10 in the morning. Some 50 of his friends and relatives, including, of course, his sister, Gilberte Perrier, gathered here for the ceremony. Pascal had expressed a wish to be buried in a common pauper's grave, so that he might lie near the poorest of the poor, who'd become so very dear to him, and on whose behalf in the last year of his life he'd sold all his possessions, keeping of his books only two, the Bible and St. Augustine, a very wise choice. The Christian faith performs this miracle of humbling the greatest minds and proudest spirits, and when was there a greater mind or prouder spirit than Pascal's, so that they may experience, even before dying, the joy of losing themselves in the great throng gathered round God's throne. Later, controversies arose as to the attitude Pascal had to the church on his deathbed, and about his mental and physical condition. I can't see myself that either point was particularly material. We know that he ardently sought the consolations the church has to offer to the dying.
and that the eminent doctors who attended him more than lived up to the reputation for incompetence that Molière was to give them. Surely this suffices. What Pascal bequeathed us to be a permanent possession is, in the Abbé Steinman's words, the incomparable inventory of the eternal problems that he drew up. Also, his incomparable picture of man, ourselves, confronting an empty, silent, and illimitable universe, in which the only choices before him are this emptiness and the crucified Christ. This being so, perhaps it's fitting that the only certain likeness we have of Pascal is his death mask. We're all endlessly looking for reality, even when we try not to or think we aren't. This applies particularly, of course, to poets, artists, mystics, even in their own way to philosophers and scientists. Though we pursue fantasy, never more so than today, the soul's only true sustenance is reality, which even in the most adverse circumstances it somehow finds, as a seed falling on a rock face somehow finds the tiny crack where it can grow. Of no English poet and artist is this more true than of William Blake. Born as the Renaissance world was coming to an end, he was profoundly distrustful of the intellect as a means of finding truth, and of science as a means of exploring it. Though he was the first and perhaps the greatest romantic poet, he lived to abominate the spirit of romanticism and all the license and disorder it involved. Wrapped in mortality. My flesh is a prison, my bones the bars of death. What is mortality but the things relating to the body which dies? What is immortality but the things relating to the spirit which lives eternally? What is the joy of heaven but improvement of the things of the spirit? What are the pains of hell but ignorance, bodily lust, idleness, and devastation of the things of the spirit? The imagination is not a state, it's the human existence itself. It was this spiritual reality that Blake painted in his pictures and wrote about in his poetic compositions. He had no use for any other kind of reality, to the point that he could never bear to paint from what is called life as expressed in flesh or substance or time, but only its inward reality or truth. The camera, representing the opposite principle, would have been anathema to him. Indeed, in my opinion, in a sense, he prophesied its coming and pointed to its dangers when he wrote of how we ever must believe a lie when we see with, not through the eye. The warning has passed unnoticed. And oh, what a multitude and diversity of lies have in consequence come to be believed in. As I believed myself with the most profound conviction that Blake was right, and that the only reality in life has been from the beginning of time, and will be till the end of time, a spiritual one, called God. His work is, to me, one of the great expressions of sanity that exist. Nor does it in the least surprise me that for this very reason he was in his time considered mad, and would today certainly be subjected to psychiatric treatment with a view to drugging or psychoanalyzing and shocking him back into what passes for being sanity. The faculty whereby Blake saw into the reality of things he called the imagination. And this is what he remained true to from the beginning to the end, despite neglect, failure, penury, other earthly ills that might well have deflected him from his central purpose. My mother groaned, my father wept. Into the dangerous world I leapt, helpless, naked, piping loud like a fiend hid in a cloud. This was Blake's way of saying he was born, actually on the 28th of November 1757, the third son of a London hosier, and christened William at this church, St. James's, Piccadilly.
We receive this child into the congregation of Christ's flock, and assign him with the sign of the cross, interpret hereafter.
From the beginning, Blake was aware of good and evil as the two poles between which the current of life passes, generating the divine spark which exists in everyone. Every night and every morn some to misery are born. Every morn and every night some are born to sweet delight. Some are born to sweet delight. Some are born to endless night. Like the medieval artists, Blake personified good and evil as good and bad angels, not so much opposed to one another as complementary. Blake instinctively rebelled against all forms of earthly authority, parental or ecclesiastical. Nonetheless, it was from the established Anglican Church that he derived much of his imagery, though for a time with the additional somewhat eccentric influence of Swedenborg, to whose teaching his parents adhered. Blake's parents were in modest circumstances, and there would have been no possibility of his setting up as an artist like, say, Sir Joshua Reynolds, one of his favourite butts. So he was apprenticed to an engraver, an excellent discipline for someone as ebulliently creative as Blake. It gave him a lifelong respect for fine drawing. As he put it himself, in the light of his experience as an engraver, the great and golden rule of art as well as of life is this, that the more distinct, sharp and wiry the bounding line, the more perfect the work of art, and the less keen and sharp, the greater is the evidence of weak imitation, plagiarism and bungling. What is it that distinguishes honesty from knavery but the hard line of rectitude and certainty in the actions and intentions? Leave out this line, and you leave out life itself. All is chaos again, and the line of the Almighty must be drawn out upon it before man or beast can exist. By good fortune, he was sent to copy figures in Westminster Abbey, a wonderful opportunity to develop his burgeoning genius at a time when there were none of the public galleries, collections, and reproductions of the great masterpieces available for students today. We can easily imagine the young Blake here, a red-haired boy, spending his days in blissful absorption, breathing in history in the very air, seeing it all around him, written in monuments, some of which it was his business to study and to draw. Sometimes, in his eagerness, climbing up on top of them so that he could look down as well as up at their Gothic splendor. How incomparably more stimulating for him than helping his master Bezier with his engraving. Bezier, as a matter of fact, deserves a word of gratitude for having realized that with this particular apprentice, the only thing to do was to set him free with pencil and paper to follow his own fancies. And here was a perfect place for the purpose. For the Abbey had not yet become a tourist shrine for staring rather than for kneeling. For the young Blake, it was a place of worship, a house of God. Because of this, he was never alone here, even when he was alone. As later in his life he was fond of recounting, while he was working in the Abbey, he saw Christ and his apostles at the altar, and a great procession of monks and priests, choristers and censer bearers, and heard them chanting. From these early days in the Abbey to the very end of his life, when he lay dying and burst out singing of the things he saw in heaven, Blake was essentially and in all matters a religious man. I define this as meaning someone who, as Blake put it himself, has the capacity to see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. He was also, what's often overlooked nowadays, a Christian, even though he said and wrote things calculated to outrage and disconcert fellow Christians. For instance, priests and morality seemed to him the enemies rather than the promoters of true worship and virtue. And in the notion of the marriage of heaven and hell, angels and devils are liable to change places, and a Jehovah-like God to seem the enemy rather than the father of a beatific Jesus. Yet whose more beautifully stated the basic Christian need for the destruction of the ego and the joy and liberation its subjection brings? He who bends to himself a joy does the winged life destroy. But he who kisses the joy as it flies lives in eternity's sunrise. Again and again, and especially towards the end of his life, Blake sees in the Lamb of God the only true salvation for mankind, and in their subduing of their fleshly passions, rooting up the infernal grove, their only true freedom. To see in this world the ultimate of heaven, he insists, is the most damnable falsehood of Satan and his Antichrist. There's one of his poems, somewhat mysterious, like so much of what he writes, that yet to me seems to express most perfectly the faith of this extraordinary man. I'll read it. Whate'er is born of mortal birth must be consumed with the earth, to rise from generation free. Then what have I to do with thee? The sexes sprung from shame and pride, blowed in the morn and evening died. But mercy changed death into sleep. The sexes rose to work and weep. Thou, mother of my mortal part, with cruelty didst mould my heart, and with false self-deceiving tears didst bind my nostrils, eyes, and ears, didst close my tongue in senseless clay, and me to mortal life betray. The death of Jesus set me free. Then what have I to do with thee? Setting up on his own as an engraver in London, Blake, of course, wasn't always able to choose his subjects, but had to take on such commissions as came his way. rather in the same way that a freelance commercial photographer must today. Thus we find him engraving advertisements, cartoons, the then equivalent of travel brochures, drawings of social comment, for instance relating to the explosive subject of slavery. It was work which he must often have found distasteful, and have pined to live wholly in the golden glory of his imagination. Even so, it enabled him to make the acquaintance of many of his fellow artists, some of whom, like Flaxman, became lifelong friends. One of the great blessings of his life was his marriage to his wife Catherine, the daughter of a market gardener whom he met on the rebound from another courtship, and to whom he told his woes. Her sympathy was so lively that he fell in love with her on the spot. She later recalled that when she first set eyes on Blake, the conviction that this was the man she must marry so overwhelmed her that she nearly fainted. Her intuition proved correct.
It was just under 2 centuries ago that Blake and Catherine Butcher were married in this Battersea parish church. As was quite common at that time, and the way things are going is likely to be quite common again, Catherine was illiterate, and so she signed her name in the register with a cross. In the course of their long and happy marriage, Blake taught Catherine to read and write, and also to draw and become a skilled engraver. From contemporary accounts and from Blake's own drawings of her, it appears that she was a woman of very considerable beauty, with large dark eyes, and a face with a great deal of character in it. They first set up house together in Green Street, in what's now Leicester Square. They were poor then, and they remained poor all their lives, so she had to be a very careful housewife. If Blake, in the course of his marriage, went through moods in which he felt that marriage itself was a kind of bondage, it's only what's happened to everybody who's ever been married, whether wife or husband. What's absolutely certain is that their union grew deeper with the years, becoming an integral part of Blake's visions and sense of eternity. As he came to see very clearly, and is certainly my own view and experience, marriage is only possible in a continuing human relationship when it's directed in the first place towards the procreation of children, and finds in its ultimate fulfillment a spiritual union of which the bodily one is but a premonition. As Donne put it, love's mysteries in souls do grow, and yet the body is his book. Blake's marriage, as it happens, was not blessed with children, which cannot but have been a sore disappointment to him, since, as his songs of innocence so enchantingly show, he understood children wonderfully and loved them dearly. Indeed, they crop up as themes throughout his work. Catherine's love and devotion were wonderful and beautiful. She would, Gilchrist tells us, get up in the night when he was under his very fierce inspirations, which were as if they would have torn him asunder. sitting there motionless and silent to stay him mentally, without moving hand or foot, this for hours and night after night. Everyone who, like Blake, has a passion for goodness cannot but in some degree hate morality, just as lovers of freedom hate law and lovers of truth hate dogma. There are many brilliant phrases and lines in Blake's writing in this sense. For instance, I went to the garden of love and saw what I never had seen. A chapel was built in the midst where I used to play on the green, and the gates of this chapel were shut, and thou shalt not writ over the door. So I turned to the garden of love that so many sweet flowers bore, and I saw it was filled with graves and tombstones where flowers should be, and priests in black gowns were walking their rounds and binding with briars my joys and desires. Or among the proverbs of hell, and remember, they are of hell. Energy, he writes, is the only life and is from the body. Those who restrain desire do so because theirs is weak enough to be restrained. The road of excess leads to the palace of wisdom. On the strength of such observations of these, Blake has been taken as a sort of patron saint of permissiveness. Nothing could be more false. He saw as clearly as anyone who ever lived that to abandon himself to his sensual appetites was to cut himself off irretrievably from his visions. Till I turn from female love and root up the infernal grove, I shall never worthy be to step into eternity. The truth is that in our imperfect mortal existence, morality is a condition of goodness, as law is of freedom, and as dogma has been of the survival of our Christian faith.
London was Blake's world. How often, pacing its streets, I found his words echoing in my mind. I wander through each chartered street, near where the chartered Thames does flow, and mark in every face I meet, marks of weakness, marks of woe. In every cry of every man, in every infant's cry of fear, in every voice, in every band, the mind-forged manacles I hear. How the chimney sweepers cry every blackening church appalls, and the hapless soldier's sigh runs in blood down palace walls. But most through midnight streets I hear how the youthful harlot's curse blasts the newborn infant's tear, and blights with plagues the marriage hearse. Though Blake belonged in time to the 18th century, he foresaw with remarkable prescience the industrial revolution that lay ahead, and how inimical it would prove to the life of the imagination that he so prized. Already, in his lifetime, the machine was destroying craftsmen, not just engravers like himself, but all who exercised such skills and crafts. On the title page of Bacon's essays, Blake scribbled by way of comment, "Good advice for Satan's kingdom." I like it very much. Heaven knows what he'd have written on other works in the same vein, like Darwin's Origin of Species and Huxley's Science and Education. In that sense, it's rather curious to be talking about Blake in this temple dedicated to science. Rather like speaking about Wordsworth in a high-rise block of flats, or about St. Francis of Assisi in a supermarket.
The notion of progress and the perfectibility of man, as expressed by Shelley's father-in-law, Godwin, had no more ferocious opponent than Blake, who rightly saw in it all the dreadful potentialities of human arrogance and destructiveness, whose fulfillment we've witnessed in our time. What some saw as the Enlightenment, Blake saw as a sort of a plague spreading over the Western world. He saw in Newton with his calipers, Newton, the father of modern physics. He saw in him the symbol of this age of human self-sufficiency to come, all of whose begetters were anathema to him. Mock on, Voltaire, Rousseau. Mock on, 'tis all in vain. You throw the sand against the wind, and the wind blows it back again. In the most widely known of Blake's poems, that is, the lines included in the preface to his Milton, beginning, "And did those feet in ancient time walk upon England's mountains green?" The phrase dark satanic mills is generally taken as referring to the abominations of the Industrial Revolution, with the result that the poems become a sort of a political hymn to be used in the more solemn or revivalistic Labour Party occasions, like the funeral of a leader or the closing session of a party conference. Actually, of course, it was much more the loom of Locke that Blake had in mind than any Lancashire mill. His imagination told him that all evil things begin with lies and false teaching and lead to conflagration, conflict, and despair. The feet that in his poem walked upon England's mountains green, the countenance divine that shone forth upon our clouded hills, did not belong to Karl Marx, but to the risen Christ. At the same time, with his imaginative insight, Blake understood that the whole nature of man's productive processes of meeting his needs was changing.
all the arts of life they changed into the arts of death in Albion. The hourglass condemned because its simple workmanship is like the workmanship of the ploughman and the water wheel, that raises water into cisterns, broken and burned with fire because its workmanship was like the workmanship of the shepherd. And in their stead, intricate wheels invented, wheel without wheel, to perplex youth in their outgoings, and to bind to labors in Albion of day and night the myriads of eternity, that they may grind and polish brass and iron hour after hour, laborious task, kept ignorant of its use, that they might spend the days of wisdom in sorrowful drudgery to obtain a scanty pittance of bread, in ignorance to view a small portion and think that all, and call it demonstration, blind to all the simple rules of life. So, beginning with Bacon, a great transformation was taking place in the human condition. The machine, first seemingly a servant, would infallibly become a demonic master, poisoning our air, polluting our rivers and lakes, flattening out our landscape, destroying our handicraft and our art, and smothering the imagination, whereby man's creativity could relate itself to God's. Two great upheavals of Blake's time, the American and the French Revolution, were part of the same apocalyptic vision and treated accordingly. The putting down of tyrants, the freeing of slaves, the exposing of the moral Christian and his laws. To all this, Blake exuberantly responded. But then, all that happened was that Caesar's poisoned crown was seen just to adorn another brow. The hand of vengeance found the bed to which the purple tyrant fled. The iron hand crushed the tyrant's head and became a tyrant in his stead. In the end, Blake came to see that the only true freedom is spiritual, achieved through the imagination. And the notion of progress in the world of space and time, an illusion that beguiles mankind with false hopes. In his prophetic books, so difficult to understand, and yet with a glowing core of meaning, he conveyed his sense of the doom that would befall men if they came to believe they could shape and dominate their own destiny. Their god Urizen is seen as drowning in the waters of materialism. Today, Blake, if he's in a position to observe the contemporary scene, will see Western man likewise drowning in his own affluence. For one short period in his life, Blake did move out of London and into the country, on the persuasion of his friend and patron, William Haley, who provided him with a picturesque little cottage near the sea at Felpham in Sussex. In the long run, the arrangement didn't work and resulted in bitter reproaches and quarrels. Haley quite failed to appreciate the quality of Blake's work and Blake found Haley's requirements a tedious servitude. It was during this period that Blake was arrested on a trumped-up charge of sedition, an experience that preyed upon him to an abnormal degree and left its mark in his prophetic books. Even so, his sojourn at Felpham gave Blake some enchanted moments, reviving in him the mood of his exquisite songs of innocence. Piping down the valleys wild, piping songs of pleasant glee, on a cloud I saw a child, and he laughing said to me, "Pipe a song about a lamb." So I piped with merry cheer, "Piper, pipe that song again." So I piped, he wept to hear. "Drop thy pipe, thy happy pipe, sing thy songs of happy cheer." So I sung the same again, while he wept with joy to hear. "Piper, sit thee down and write in a book that all may read." So he vanished from my sight, and I plucked a hollow reed. And I made a rural pen, and I stained the water clear, and I wrote my happy songs, every child made joy to hear. Little lamb, who made thee? Dost thou know who made thee? Gave thee life and bid thee feed by the stream and o'er the mead. Gave thee clothing of delight, soft as clothing, woolly, bright. Gave thee such a tender voice, making all the vales rejoice. Little lamb, who made thee? Dost thou know who made thee? Little lamb, I'll tell thee. Little lamb, I'll tell thee. He is called by thy name, for he calls himself a lamb. He is meek and he is mild. He became a little child. I a child and thou a lamb. We are called by his name. Little lamb, God bless thee. Little lamb, God bless thee. The sun does arise and make happy the skies. The merry bells ring to welcome the spring. The skylark and thrush, the birds of the bush sing louder around the bell's cheerful sound, while our sports shall be seen on the echoing green. Old John with white hair does laugh away care, sitting under the oak among the old folk. They laugh at our play, and soon they all say, such were the joys when we all, girls and boys, in our youth time were seen on the echoing green. Such moments, like childhood itself, couldn't last. After innocence comes experience, when the flowers and the fragrance give place to the tiger's fearful symmetry, and nightmare figures lie in wait in the forests of the night. When the stars threw down their spears and watered heaven with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the lamb make thee? Blake returned to London more than ever feeling that he was an Ishmael, as he put it, born with a different face. Misfortunes often brought on by his own odd disposition and whimsical ways multiplied, and made him at times feel that he was the particular target of the world's buffetings. Yet he managed to avoid the self-pity to which his contemporary Rousseau was so given. Rather, he saw himself as Job, the subject of one of his greatest masterpieces. Like Job, he accepted God's chastisement as something to be endured, that would in the end purify and enlighten. Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. So, ever cheerful, never lacking friends, Blake continued to the end, looking assiduously into the mystery of things, thereby providing unique illumination for generations to come.
I must confess that when I first saw this life mask of Blake, and that was quite a number of years ago, I was disappointed a little and surprised. It didn't seem to me like the face of a poet and visionary, much more like a man of action, I thought. And as a matter of fact, it by no means tallies with contemporary descriptions of Blake. For instance, one by the friend of his later years, Crabb Robinson, who said that at 68 he had a large, pale face, a full, dark eye, a benign expression. At the same time, an air of languor, except when he was excited. And then he seemed full of inspiration. Even so, I think there's a lot to be learnt about Blake from the life mask. The toughness and severity and tension it shows are the intimations of a life that was full of worldly hardship and disappointments, but elevated and illumined by the joy and lovingness and beauty which his eye of the imagination saw all creation to be overflowing with. Joy and woe woven fine, a clothing for the soul divine. Under every grief and pine runs a joy with silken twine. It is right it should be so. Man was made for joy and woe, and when this we rightly know, through the world we safely go. So Blake expressed it, and there are few lines I've said over to myself more often than these, always deriving comfort from them. Because Blake's reputation for eccentricity, if not madness, was much promoted by the casual, matter-of-fact way he spoke about his encounters with spirits from the past. Thus he'd say, as though it was the most natural thing in the world, that he'd been chatting with Socrates or Milton. When Crabb Robinson asked him what language he talked with Voltaire in, he answered, "To my sensations it was English. It was like the touch of a musical key. He touched it, probably French, but to my ear it became English." It was a shrewd answer, as a matter of fact. You know, it's an illusion to suppose that those who look into eternity are simpletons when the children of time seek to trip them up. The Pharisees discovered this. Quite often, Blake made drawings of his spiritual visitors. These are the famous visionary heads at which he'd sometimes work all night long. Various of his friends have left accounts of him thus engaged, seating with his paints and looking intently at a to them invisible model. Once, when he was working on William Wallace, he had to break off because he said Edward I had stepped in between him and me. He thereupon polished off the king before returning to Wallace. On another occasion, he told a visitor he had a great rarity to show him. This turned out to be a naked figure with a strong body and short neck, with burning eyes which longed for moisture, and a face worthy of a murderer, holding a bloody cup in its clawed hands, out of which it seems eager to drink. But what in the world is it, his visitor asked. "It's a ghost, Sir," Blake replied. "The ghost of a flea, a spiritualization of the thing." Was all this then just hallucinations? Was Blake in this sense mad? there were some who thought so, while recognizing the high quality of his work. For instance, Wordsworth, Hazlitt, and Lamb. Others, like the young friends and admirers who gathered round him at the end of his life, Palmer and Linnell, were convinced of his sanity. Of all men whom I ever knew, Palmer writes, he was the most practically sane, steady, frugal, and industrious. I personally incline to Palmer's view. In a materialist age like ours, nothing is real except what's false. People, for instance, believe in money, but not in God. Whereas money is a fantasy, but God is the living truth. When the disciples saw Jesus after his resurrection, his presence was more real to them than it had been during his lifetime. So real that they founded a religion on it, which has lasted for 2,000 years. Similarly, with Blake's spiritual visitants. Even someone as spiritually obtuse as I am has seen in a face full of goodness, say a Mother Teresa's, a beauty far more dazzling and memorable than any the flesh can show. Seek love in the pity of others' woe, in the gentle relief of another's care, in the darkness of night and the winter's snow, in the naked and outcast. Seek love there. Mad, I should say sane to the point of sublimity. Blake's worldly circumstances didn't improve with the years. He grew poorer and poorer, and professionally speaking, was almost totally forgotten. The little bedroom he worked in, looking onto the river and just a few yards away from the noisy Strand, Crabb Robinson describes as squalid and poverty-stricken. Nonetheless, Blake received him there as though it had been a palace. Blake's wife, Catherine, he goes on, seemed to be the very woman to make him happy. She'd been formed by him, Crabb Robinson said. Indeed, otherwise, she couldn't have lived with him. Through these years of poverty and neglect, Blake only grew more serene. No one need doubt his sincerity when he offered prayers of thankfulness to God that riches and fame had not come to him to blur, distort, and obscure his visions. On the day of his death, which was August the 12th, 1827, about 3 months before his 70th birthday, he lay in bed, a friend who was with him recalls, singing songs so divinely, so beautifully, that Catherine got up to listen better. And then he turned to her and said, "They're not mine, you know," and repeated it more emphatically. "They're not mine." Then he went on to tell her that they would never be parted, and that after he was dead, he would continue to watch over her, just as he had during the years of their long companionship. Blake had said before that death to him was no more than moving from one room to another, and so it proved to be. He went on singing in his bed in the same divine way until about 6 in the evening. And then, silently, invisibly, as he said in one of his poems, "Human love should be sought," his spirit left him, becoming part of the eternity on which his eyes had been so faithfully set during his mortal years. A neighbor who'd come in to sit with Mrs. Blake, a simple person, said that they'd been present at the death, not of a man, but of an angel. And I agree. The prophets, when they appear on our earthly scene, are rarely as expected. A king is awaited, and there's a birth in a manger. The venerable, the bearded, the portentous are usually spurious. One of the oddest prophets ever was Søren Kierkegaard, a melancholic Dane, a kind of clippity-clop ribald Hamlet, who from the middle of the last century peered quizzically into the swan, dryly noting, before they happened, such tragicomic phenomena of our time as universal suffrage, mass media, and affluence abounding. He too was insistent that the only way out of these gathering clouds of fantasy was to climb doggedly upwards to the rocky peak above them where God dwells.
This church in Jutland is a very appropriate place to begin the story of Søren Kierkegaard. This was the district that his family came from. In the early years of the last century, when he was born, it was a very wild, lonely, and inhospitable place, whose inhabitants were notoriously prone, as he was himself all his life, to melancholy and introspection. The family's connection with the church is signalized by the plaque his father presented to it in his more affluent days. No doubt, partly at any rate, to draw attention to how greatly his circumstances had improved, circumstances which, when he was a child here, were abysmally poor. The greatest single influence on Søren Kierkegaard was undoubtedly that of his father, a harsh, dour, guilt-ridden man. In his own way, deeply religious, and certainly a very dutiful father, yet somehow stricken. Søren was his youngest child and his favorite, and the intimacy between them was very great. Then one day, some secret was disclosed. We don't know exactly what it was, but Søren has written that the effect upon him was as though he'd been in an earthquake. Thenceforth, their intimacy was broken. An idol had been overturned, and Søren Kierkegaard stood among the broken pieces, needing to look for another father. This quest, as we shall see, took him far beyond the narrow moral confines of his earthly father, far beyond, too, the rigid creed and austere liturgy of this church, where his father once worshipped, more in keeping, perhaps, with the wild countryside outside, with its wild storms and furious winds, but reaching beyond them too, reaching beyond time itself and into eternity.
Kierkegaard's father left Jutland as a boy to seek his fortune in Copenhagen, where he throve. Besides becoming very rich, he acquired a reputation as a man of wide reading and intellectual attainments. Nonetheless, a cloud over his life persisted. This was due to a strong sense of sin at having, as a poor shepherd boy, cursed God for the hardness and frustrations of his life.
Another source of remorse was his seduction of a woman working in his house. Within a year of his first wife's death, he married her to legalize a daughter she bore him 4 months after their wedding. It was in a house such as this that he lived, and where Soren, the youngest of his 6 children, was born and grew up. They were particularly intimate together. The father watched over Soren's studies and tried to protect him from the sins he was so morbidly conscious of having committed, especially those of the flesh. Kierkegaard's mother, who appears to have remained almost a servant in the house, is ignored in all of Kierkegaard's subsequent reminiscences about his childhood. When Kierkegaard as a child asked to be taken for a walk, his father would suggest that instead they remain inside and travel in their imaginations. Thus the two of them would walk together, pounding round and round the room. Some of the father's congenital melancholy undoubtedly infected and stayed with his son. In one of his stories, Kierkegaard describes a young boy turning over pictures of men the world considers to be heroes. Among them, a painting of the crucified Christ. He asks his readers to consider the effect of such an experience on a child. The effect on Kierkegaard, undoubtedly the boy in the story, was to make him question the nature of a world that could thus punish virtue and truth. This spot, Gilberg, the highest point here, has always been one of my favorite places, Kierkegaard wrote. From this spot, I've seen the sea rippled by a soft breeze, seen it play with the pebbles. From here, I've seen its surface transformed into a passive cloud of sea spray, and heard the falsetto notes which come before the low bass of the storm. Here, I've seen, so to speak, the emergence of a world and its destruction, a sight which truly calls for silence. I, of course, would rather not speak of those who see nothing bigger in nature than matter, people who really regard heaven as a cheese dish cover and men as maggots who live inside it. In 1835, when he was 22, Kierkegaard spent a holiday on his own at Gilleleie, and often used to come up to this spot nearby, looking over the sea. It was one of the recurrent crises in his life, what he would have called an either-or situation. His theological studies, unlike his brother Peter's, were going badly. He was wasting his time on other pursuits, some of them disreputable. There was always this gregarious side of Kierkegaard's character to be considered. His love of company, a glass of wine, a pretty girl. The trouble, of course, arose in the other, dark side, the seat of his angst, where the clouds of his congenital melancholy would gather. His mood had been intensified by a whole series of deaths in the family. 3 of his sisters, then 2 of his brothers, then his mother had died in rapid succession. As his brother Peter remarked, the survivors seemed to be spending all their time at the graveside. It all appeared to confirm his father's conviction that a curse had been laid on him and his offspring. Like Faust, he turned away from God, and the devil had rewarded him by making him rich and respected. Now the time had come for the price to be paid. And Soren, as part of that price, was quite sure that he too would die young. How was he to shape up to so brief a sojourn here on this earth? Who was he supposed to be, and what was he supposed to do? What I really need, he scribbled down at the time, is to get clear what I must do, not what I must know. What matters is to find a purpose, to see what it really is, God's will, that I shall do. The crucial thing is to find a truth which is truth for me. This is what he was asking himself, perched up there on Gilbert and looking out to sea. How to establish contact with the reality he already sensed in the universe, the quest for which made all others seem trivial and aimless. How to distinguish it from all the different sorts of fantasy, scientific, technical, political, erotic, which Western man was even then so busily constructing to evade this reality. How to get rid of all his own personal impediments, the ego lifting its cobra head, the appetites reaching out greedily like octopus tentacles, stripping himself down until there was nothing at all, other than a sense of his own and his life's worthlessness, at which point he might hope to catch a fleeting glimpse of what he sought, and in catching that glimpse, find that after all there was a place for him in the great drama which Christ's life, death, and resurrection had unfolded to uplift, illumine, and redeem mankind. In his writings, under his various pseudonyms, more almost than any other writer, Kierkegaard recorded every thought and mood of his short life. For example, we shall not be so arrogant as to do anything on a grand scale. Rather, let's speak of a single individual human life, and of the way it can be lived out here on earth. If one can see God in history, one can also see him in the life of the individual. To suppose otherwise is to delude oneself by yielding to the brutish imbecility which sees God only in the observations of nature. Say, where we're taught that Sirius is 180,000 million miles away from the Earth. The materialistic man is astounded by such alleged data. If every single man is not an individual, simply by being human, then everything's lost, and it's not worthwhile hearing about great world-shaking historical events. But the world wants to be deceived.
Kierkegaard's first brush with the Danish establishment came not with the king. As a matter of fact, surprisingly enough, he and Christian VIII were on very friendly terms, nor with the church. That was to come later. But with the clown, in the person of a certain Goldschmidt, editor of a satirical magazine called the Corsair. Contrary to what's commonly supposed, the clown is very much a part of the establishment apparat, as I discovered myself when I was editor of Punch. There ought really to be a clown laureate, as there's a poet laureate. As a matter of fact, in practice, though not officially, there usually is one. And it sometimes happens that the same person doubles the two roles. Goldschmidt began by being a great admirer of Kierkegaard. In fact, he wrote that he considered either or an immortal work. The two men had a slight acquaintance with one another and met from time to time in the course of Kierkegaard's street ramblings. The cause of the row was a man named Müller, an occasional clandestine contributor to the Corsair, whom Kierkegaard had known in his student days as an attractive, amusing, wild young man. Possibly he took him as the model of Johannes, the hero of the Seducer's Diary, which was the nearest that Kierkegaard came to writing an erotic book. In the course of an article in a literary review, Müller made some disagreeable personal remarks about Kierkegaard, who much resented them, and rather caddishly retaliated by letting out that Müller contributed to the Corsair, a disclosure which prevented Müller from getting a chair of aesthetics that he'd set his heart on. There the matter might well have rested. A typical enough episode in the notoriously backbiting literary circles in any capital city. Kierkegaard, however, felt bound to write to Goldsmith in somewhat pompous terms, telling him that he didn't expect the friendly relations between them to prevent him from being attacked by the Corsair. Whereupon the magazine went to it with a will. In cartoons, lampoons, and satirical articles, they ridiculed Kierkegaard, especially his personal appearance, his spindly legs, his slight deformity, his trouser legs of different sizes, his large nose and hat down on his ears, parodying the intensity of his style, his many pseudonyms, making fun of his sense of being a voice crying in the wilderness, even accusing him of hypocrisy in denouncing luxurious living when he himself was a rich man and a lavish spender. The attack was mounted so effectively and sustained so long that it succeeded in making of poor Kierkegaard a public figure of fun. When he settled in his place in church, he was bound to hear someone muttering either or. He felt that all his peculiarities were under constant scrutiny, including his trouser legs. However much Kierkegaard may have disliked the consequences, the row over the Corsair was deliberately precipitated by him. Why? It seems to me that his spiritual development made him, by temperament, inclination, and necessity, an outsider. Even an involvement like marriage to Regina, a woman he was undoubtedly in love with, had to be rejected. Similarly, his vague intention to become a country clergyman, and even the money he inherited from his father, his only defense of his freedom and of his privacy was to be spent as recklessly and speedily as possible, just to get rid of it.
Like all temperamental outsiders, Kierkegaard was given to roaming the streets, finding thereby an anonymous companionship, watching faces as they drift by, intimates with whom there's no intimacy, beloved but requiring no words or touch of love, known and yet forever unknown. One of the best descriptions of Kierkegaard is by a Scotsman named Hamilton, who, though he never made his acquaintance, observed him closely. There is a man, he writes, whom it's impossible to omit in any account of Denmark. I mean Søren Kierkegaard. He's a philosophical Christian writer, ever more dwelling, I might almost say harping, on the theme of the human heart. There's no Danish writer more in earnest than he. Yet there's no one in whose way stand more things to prevent his becoming popular. He writes at times with an unearthly beauty, but too often with an exaggerated display of logic that disgusts the public. I have received the highest delight from some of his books, but no one of them could I read with pleasure all through. Kierkegaard's habits of life are singular enough to lend a perhaps false interest to his proceedings. He goes into no company and sees nobody in his own house, which might as well be an invisible dwelling. I could never learn that anyone had been inside it. Yet his one great study is human nature. No one knows more people than he. The fact is, he walks about town all day, and generally in some person's company. Kierkegaard himself was not unaware of his singularity and unpopularity, to which Hamilton draws attention. No doubt, he reflects, what makes me unpopular is not so much the difficulty of my books as it's my personal life. The fact that even with all my endeavors, I don't amount to anything, don't make money, don't get appointed to a job, don't become a knight of Denmark, but in every way amount to nothing. And on top of that, am derided. Kierkegaard was a kind of a mystical schizophrenic. The two sides of his nature were at war, the imaginative and the polemical. In the latter capacity, like Swift, he was given to lacerating himself with his furious indignation and got involved in the intellectual, moral, and even political controversies of his time. This brought him into contact with eminent people, for instance with the king, whom he visited in his palace. In the year 1848, a time of great turmoil in Europe, two significant voices were raised, both at the time obscure and little heeded. One, Karl Marx's, proclaimed the ultimate and inevitable triumph of the proletariat in a worldwide class war, to be followed by the creation of a classless socialist utopia, in which all government, all law, all exploitation of man by man would wither away, and the human race live happily on their earth ever after. The other, heard here in Denmark, Søren Kierkegaard's, scornfully dismissed such collectivist hopes for mankind as infallibly leading to a new and more comprehensive form of servitude. The divine right of kings had been abolished, but the divine right of the people, which had replaced it, would prove, Kierkegaard insisted, an even worse deception and give rise to regimes that exceeded any hitherto known in their brutality and claims to omniscience. I am the people, le peuple c'est moi, was an even more insanely arrogant claim than the famous one of Louis XIV, l'État c'est moi, I am the state. Curious enough, Kierkegaard had some personal experience of these monarchical pretensions through his friendship with Christian VIII, whose palace this was, and who relinquished his absolutist powers in 1848. No voice could have run more counter to the spirit of the age, the zeitgeist, than Kierkegaard's. When freedom was seen in terms of counting heads, he spoke contemptuously of the fallacy of numbers, and of how, seen as a collectivity, human life must inevitably sink into a condition of brutishness and mindlessness. When truth conquers with the help of 10,000 yelling men, he wrote, even supposing that what they're yelling is true, their victory inculcates a far greater untruth. Against a new Leviathan, whether in the guise of universal suffrage democracy or of an equally fraudulent triumphant proletariat, he pitted the individual human soul, made in the image of a God who couldn't see a sparrow fall to the ground without concern. Contrasting with the notion of salvation through power, he held out the hope of salvation through suffering,
the cross against the ballot box or the clenched fist, the solitary pilgrim against the slogan-shouting mob, the crucified Christ against the demagogue dictators promising a kingdom of heaven on earth, whether achieved through endlessly expanding wealth and material well-being, or through the ever greater concentration of power and its ever more ruthless exercise. Marx and Kierkegaard, the two key voices of our 20th century. The curious thing is that though Marx purported to have an infallible scientific key to history, almost all his prophecies have failed to happen. On the other hand, Kierkegaard's forecasts, based purely on his imaginative intuition, have been fulfilled to a remarkable degree. Take, for instance, his profound sense that if men lost the isolation, the separateness, which awareness of the presence of God alone can give them, they would soon find themselves irretrievably part of a collectivity with only mass communications to shape their hopes, formulate their values, and arrange their thinking. Listen to this, for instance.
Suppose someone invented an instrument, a convenient little talking tube, say, which could be heard over the whole land. I wonder if the police wouldn't forbid it, fearing that the whole country would become mentally deranged if it were used. On the whole, the evil in the daily press consists in its being calculated to make, if possible, the moment 1,000 or 10,000 times more inflated and important than it really is. But all moral elevation consists, first and foremost, in being weaned from the momentary.
If Christianity is really to be proclaimed, it will become apparent that it's the daily press which will, if possible, make it impossible. There's never been a power so diametrically opposed to Christianity as the daily press. Day in and day out, the daily press does nothing but delude men with the supreme axiom of this lie, that numbers are decisive. And Christianity builds on the thought that the truth lies in the single individual. If someone adopts the opinion of the public today, and tomorrow is hissed and booed, he's hissed and booed by the public. A nation, an assembly, a human being can change in such a way that one may say they're no longer the same. But the public can become the very opposite and is still the same. The public.
It is very doubtful, then, he goes on, that the age will be saved through the notion of social organization or association. In our age, the principle of association, which at best may have validity with respect to material interests, is not affirmative, but negative. It's an evasion, a dissipation, an illusion, whose dialectic is, as it strengthens individuals, so it weakens them. It strengthens by numbers, by solidarity, but from the ethical point of view, this is a weakening. Not until the single individual has established an ethical stance in despite of the whole world, not until then can there be any question of genuinely uniting. Otherwise, it gets to be a union of people who separately are weak, a union as unbeautiful and depraved as a child marriage.
All this might seem a kind of hopelessness. On the contrary, to Kierkegaard, it alone offered hope. The acme of hopelessness would be to hope that so aimless, so unillumined, so mindless a way of life could possibly work or breed in those subjected to it anything but boredom and despair. The following changes will also occur. When the generation, which in fact has itself wanted to level, has wanted to be emancipated and to revolt, has wanted to demolish authority, has eliminated individuality and all that's organic and concrete, and has substituted such concepts as humanity and numerical equality among men, then individuals have to help themselves, each one individually. Then it will be said, look, everything's ready. Look, the cruelty of these abstractions exposes the illusions of the finite. Look, the abyss of the infinite is opening up. Look, the sharp scythe of leveling permits all, every single one, to leap over the blade. Look, God is waiting. Leap then, leap into the arms of God. If that's being hopeless, may I never know hope. I once contemplated the possibility of not letting myself be taken over by Christianity, Kierkegaard wrote. To do nothing else but expound and interpret it. Myself not a Christian in the final and most decisive sense of the word, yet leading others to Christianity. And only now, with the help of heavy sufferings and the bitterness of repentance, have I perhaps learned enough about dying away from the world so that I can rightly speak of finding my whole life and my salvation through faith in the forgiveness of sins. This was a favorite place of Kierkegaard's. He came here often, and always alone, to meditate and reflect, seeking the solitude that he so loved, and that in the collectivized way of life that lay ahead, as he well knew, would be less and less available, perhaps even less and less desirable. I see him here very easily. A bizarre little figure, a kind of a comical monk, or better perhaps, a gargoyle, looking down from the heights of his own audacious speculation at a world whose very imperfections and absurdities, by contrast, revealed God's presence and proclaimed his name. Kierkegaard reflected much about reflection. Reflection, he wrote, is in truth a benevolent helper which discovers and assists in finding where the absolute object of faith and worship is. Namely, there where the difference between knowledge and ignorance collapses into a consciousness of ignorance. There where the resistance of an objective uncertainty tortures forth the passionate certainty of faith. There where the conflict of right and wrong collapses in absolute worship with absolute subjection. Reflection itself doesn't see the absolute, but it leads, as it were, the individual up to it and says, here I guarantee, when you worship here, you worship God. When reflection is completely exhausted, then faith begins. Everything which reflection can hit upon, faith has already seen through
and thought through and emerged the other side. Those who, like Kierkegaard, Dostoevsky was another example, see deeply into the nature of life, are able to project this knowledge into the future, and so, in some degree, foretell it. Thus, we find Kierkegaard again and again diagnosing with uncanny precision the ills that would befall a materialist society, especially when Christianity, the only possible corrective, partook of the same spirit. So that not only did science insist men could live by bread alone, but the spirit of Christ was invoked to say that they should. In our time, he wrote, the greatest menace comes from the natural sciences. Psychology will ultimately encompass ethics, and already there are intimations of a tendency to treat ethics as a brand of physics, to be calculated statistically, working over averages, as in calculating vibrations in the laws of nature. Foreseeing the obsessive interest to come in a social morality, only vaguely related to personal behavior, Kierkegaard writes, we have totally abolished the notion of imitation, and at best hold to the paltriness called social morality. In this way, men cannot become truly humbled, so that they genuinely feel the need of grace. What is required of them is no more than social morality, which they fulfill tolerably well. Is not the truth of the matter really this, that man is just like a child who would rather be free from being under his parents' eyes? Isn't this what men want? To be free from being under the eyes of God. He goes on, when Christ resolved to become the Savior of the world, a lament goes up from all humanity. Sighing grievously, they ask, why do you do this? You'll make us all unhappy, simply because to become a Christian is the greatest human suffering. Christ, being an absolute, explodes all the relativity whereby we humans live. In order to live in the spirit rather than the flesh, as he requires, one must go through crisis after crisis, being made thereby, from a human point of view, as unhappy as it's possible to be. As Kierkegaard became increasingly gripped by the great drama of the Christian faith, in his own terms moving into the third or religious phase of his spiritual pilgrimage, it was almost inevitable that he should fall out with the church. This nearly always happens, as a Wesley was to find no place for himself in the Anglican establishment, and a Tolstoy was to be excommunicated by the Russian Orthodox Church. It would be hard to detect a saint in a temperament as cantankerous as Kierkegaard's. Even his undoubted mystical insights were heavily laced with irony. Yet, without any question, as his short life drew towards its close, his sights were fixed ever more firmly on what is transcendent and eternal in our mortal life. It is for this reason that the Danish church was particularly abhorrent to him. So genial, so worldly, with even the salaries of its clergy and bishops paid for by the secular state. Nor is it in any way surprising that his venom was concentrated specially on the person of the celebrated Bishop Munster, mundane, gifted, socially sought after, and his father's honored and respected spiritual advisor. I think of him in this very church, boiling inwardly as he listens to one of the bishop's eloquent discourses, in which Christ's sublime command to his followers to die in the flesh and be reborn in the spirit is reduced
to the graceful moral platitudes of a relatively enlightened bourgeoisie. No doubt, out of filial piety, he held his fire till the bishop had died in January 1854. He waited until H.L. Martinson, his old theology tutor, had been appointed to succeed Münster as bishop. It was this same Martinson who had so enraged him by referring to Münster in a funeral oration as one of the whole line of witnesses to the truth, which, he said, like a holy chain, stretched back through the ages from the days of the apostles. If I apply this observation to any of the holders of the sees of Canterbury and York during my lifetime, I have no difficulty whatever in understanding Kierkegaard's furious indignation. Anyway, the article duly appeared early in December and was followed by 10 others in the same strain. The series was subsequently continued in some pamphlets he wrote, called The Instant. In essence, Kierkegaard was making exactly the same point as Pascal in his Provincial Letters, which incidentally he'd been reading just about this time with great delight. Each was insisting in a different idiom and in quite different social circumstances, with all the irony and emphasis at their command, that the one way surely to abolish Christ's kingdom irretrievably and forever was to make it of this world. Pascal's shots were fired at the hair-splitting worldly Jesuits. Kierkegaard's at the Danish clergy, which he insisted should at all costs be shunned. Let me just read what he wrote. Parsons live by presenting the sufferings of others, and that is regarded as religious, uncommonly deep religion even, for the religion of the congregation is nothing but hearing this presented. As a religion, charmant, just about as genuine as tea made from a bit of paper which once lay in a drawer beside another bit of paper, which had once been used to wrap up a few dried tea leaves from which tea had already been made 3 times. Kierkegaard's scorn for church dignitaries applied equally to an evangelist and social reformer like Grundtvig. Here too, Kierkegaard proved to be an uncannily accurate prophet. A century later, we find churches of all denominations preoccupied with what is called the social gospel, and often falling over one another as they struggle to get onto the revolutionary bandwagon, even though it's moving at top speed away from Golgotha and into the kingdoms of the earth, which Christ so contemptuously rejected when the devil offered them to him. It was in making this prophetic and profoundly important point that Kierkegaard felt able at last to put aside all pseudonyms and mystifications and write as himself, facing whatever consequences might ensue. Kierkegaard's words were little noticed outside Copenhagen, and even there soon forgotten, but it proved to be uncannily prescient, to the point that today, everywhere, people are asking themselves whether perhaps this weird little Dane with the many pseudonyms may not, after all, have had the heart of the matter in him.
Kort efter sin embedseksamen
Through my writings, Kierkegaard wrote, I hope to leave behind me so accurate an account of Christianity in the world that an enthusiastic, high-minded young person will be able to find in them, as it were, a map of Christian relationships. I've not had any assistance in this from past authors. The early church fathers I found failed in one essential qualification for it. They didn't know the world.
In his journals, in an entry later on in his life, Kierkegaard writes of the delicious irony that it would be if an audience were so large and the room so filled that the speaker could not get in.
Kierkegaard modestly called himself a Christian auditor. An apostle, he wrote, proclaims the truth. An auditor is responsible for discovering counterfeiters, and therefore has to have been in his time a bit of a counterfeiter himself. Kierkegaard, however, achieved much more than just being an auditor or topographer of Christianity. He also charted a new course for others to follow in his famous 3 stages, from the aesthetic to the ethical to the religious. He went through each of the stages himself, of course, as he recounted in his books. In them, he was writing his own spiritual autobiography, which is why he used pseudonyms, each of which, even Johannes the seducer, represented some self he had explored and shed. The aesthetic stage was the equivalent of paganism, seeking satisfaction through the senses, in physical beauty, erotic excitement, through the exercise of artistic skills, or through celebrity or riches, through success in any of its guises. As for the ethical, it represented an awareness of God, but not an awareness of man's limitations. What could be more ridiculous than man supposing he could make laws which were just, achieve brotherliness by means of an equitable distribution of wealth and opportunity, sustain a religious faith with only earthly ends, in short, establish a kingdom of heaven on earth with the clocks ticking away eternally and elected parliaments exercising divine authority. So he found himself relentlessly pushed into the 3rd stage, the religious stage. This was where all the pseudonyms were put aside, and he became just Søren Kierkegaard, a poor sinner who knew nothing except that he existed now, with time as an eternal present, and that whatever fate might lie in store for mankind, they never would see in this earth their only habitat, or in history their only destiny. In the aesthetic phase, life is an experience. In the ethical one, a process. But in the religious phase, it's a drama. For Kierkegaard, existential, in that its central character, the crucified Christ, exists now, thereby making now always. A quality that I particularly admire in Kierkegaard is his courage. The courage of a man by nature timid and even cowardly. Having decided that his life must be dedicated to looking for reality, or God, he pursued this aim undeviatingly, to the end, in spite of physical frailty and ill health, ridicule, loneliness, every sort of discouragement. His chosen mode of expression was the written word. A whole stream of books, articles, every sort of prose composition came from his pen. In the case of his books, he used up his inheritance to pay for their publication, so that on the day of his death, not one penny remained. His life and his money expired together. By his 43rd year, Kierkegaard's life was exhausted, and in November 1855 he died. Here, his nephew thus described his end. "Never have I seen the spirit thus break through the earthly husk and impart to it a glory as of the transfigured body on the resurrection morning. He took my hand in both of his. How small they were, and thin and palely transparent, and said only, 'Thanks for coming, and now farewell.' But these simple words were accompanied by a look the match of which I've never seen. It shone out from a sublime and blessed splendor which seemed to me to make the whole room light. Everything was concentrated in those eyes as the source of light, heartfelt love, blissful dissolution of sadness, penetrating clearness of mind, and a jesting smile." These were some of his last written words, expressing very beautifully the mood in which he died. I have nothing more to add, but let me merely say this, which in a way is my life, is to me the content of my life, its fullness, its bliss, its peace and satisfaction. Let me express this view of life, which bears the idea of humanity and of human equality. Christianly, every man, the single individual, unconditionally every man is equally close to God. How close and equally close? Loved by him. Consequently, there is equality, the equality of infinity between man and man. If there is any distinction, it is that one person bears in mind that he's loved, perhaps day after day for 70 years, perhaps with only one longing, a longing for eternity, so that he really can grasp this thought and advance with it, concern himself with this blessed occupation of reflecting on the thought that he's loved, and not, alas, because of his virtue. Another person perhaps doesn't remember that he's loved, perhaps goes on year after year, day after day, and doesn't think of his being loved. Or perhaps he's glad and grateful to be loved by his wife, by his children, by his friends, by his contemporaries, but he doesn't think of being loved by God. Or perhaps he laments not being loved by anyone, and doesn't think of being loved by God. Infinite, divine love, which makes no distinction. Yes, but what of human ingratitude? If there is an equality among us men in which we completely resemble each other, it is that not one of us really thinks about being loved.
Contrary to the expectations of Marx, Engels, and other pundits, the first rumblings of a new age of revolution were to be heard in distant, backward Russia, And it was the great Russian novelist Tolstoy who, as it turned out, detected and responded to them most perceptively. Like Augustine, confronted with the fall of Rome, Tolstoy set himself to, as it were, process the Christian faith to survive through the troubled years that lay ahead. Where Augustine shored up a church, Tolstoy turned to the Gospels themselves, in his own words and stories, beautifully expounding their message of the kingdom of heaven within us. In Tolstoy's case, the miracle is clear for all to see. After more than half a century of authoritarian government, bent on extirpating the Christian religion and all its works, Christ is alive in the USSR as nowhere else. For this, the words of Tolstoy are in large part responsible. Solzhenitsyn stands on his shoulders. In November 1910, the eyes of all mankind were fixed on the station master's house in Ostapova, a tiny place in eastern Russia, where Leo Tolstoy lay dying. He was in his 80s and in flight from his home and his wife, concerned to start a new life in this world just at the point of his departure from it. The whole Tolstoy clan had arrived on the scene, including the abandoned Countess, Sonia, in a special train. The cameras, a relatively new feature of news gathering, were out in strength, including a movie one. It was Tolstoy's own wish to be buried here at Yasna Polyana, on the edge of this ravine, in the Zakaz forest, where his brother, Nikolenka, used to say a little green stick was hidden, with the secret of universal love engraved on it. There could be no more suitable place. Tolstoy, it's true, never found the green stick, though he hunted assiduously for it. He did, however, find the secret of universal love in the New Testament, especially in the Sermon on the Mount, whose sublime propositions he extolled and explained in his writing, and ardently tried to live by himself, insisting that they alone would save men from the conflicts and upheavals which otherwise lay ahead. It was this insistence that Christianity was not just a religion, but a way of life, which made him so revered a figure throughout the world, while at the same time making him seem in the eyes of the civil authorities a dangerous revolutionary, and in the eyes of the ecclesiastical authorities a dangerous heretic.
the sufferings of the poor, the afflicted, and the oppressed, the futility of trying to find fulfillment through the senses, or celebrity, or any of the other pursuits of the will or the ego, the inadequacy of power as an instrument for instituting justice and brotherliness. All this was made actual by the light of his genius and the force of his sincerity. I was 7 when Tolstoy died in 1910. In my home, his name was honored. And as a child, I stayed for a while in a now defunct Tolstoyan colony in the Cotswolds, near Stroud in Gloucestershire. His books were all in my father's library, and I remember turning over their pages even before I could properly read them. Now at 70, it's a great moment for me to be standing by his grave, here where he so often walked and meditated, and to add my tribute to all the others that continue to be made to him. I imagine him looking across the ravine where the little green stick's hidden, whose inscription must forever be sought, and yet is forever known. What is it? That we must love and not persecute or kill or wreak vengeance upon one another. That being part of one creation with one creator, we must seek our happiness in the good of others, thereby realizing our own good and living like brothers in one human family. Thus, Tolstoy insisted in the very last words he wrote, we find the only way to deliver us from our unhappiness and to give us the greatest good we can get in this world. Adding, to me most movingly, that's what I wanted to say to you, my brothers, before I died. He's saying it still. It was not then just because Tolstoy was a great writer that all eyes were fixed on Astapov at the railway station when he lay dying there. Not just out of curiosity about the strange departure of a famous old man from his home and wife to become a solitary wanderer. There was something else. The drama of his life was somehow that of the age, and as such held everyone's attention. In this sense, his own life was his greatest production, more so even than his supreme masterpieces like War and Peace, Anna Karenina, and Resurrection. It begins as it ended, here in Yasnaya Polyana. Tolstoy has written in glowing terms his own thinly disguised account of his childhood, boyhood, and youth. Somehow it all seems to me even more vivid and alive, seated here at his desk, and on his chair, and behind me, the couch on which he was born. The only comparable descriptions I can think of growing up are Dickens's in David Copperfield and Rousseau's in his Confessions, both books known to have impressed Tolstoy. The mood of all of them is nostalgic, a song of innocence written in the light of experience. Even discounting all this, one can see that Yasnaya Polyana, as Tolstoy knew it, must have been the perfect place for him to grow up in. It's true that his mother died before he could know her, and his father
when he was only 8. But there were aunts and a grandmother to look after the children, and a kindly absurd German tutor to give them lessons, and an array of servants to spoil and scold them, besides animals of all kinds to ride and take out for walks and keep as pets. From a very early age, Tolstoy seems to have been aware that he was an exceptional person. Once for all, he writes in his diary, I must become accustomed to the thought that I'm an exception, and that either I'm ahead of my age or one of those incompatible, unadaptive natures that are never satisfied. In point of fact, though he didn't realize it at the time and perhaps never did, he was both exceptional and never satisfied. In any case, his upbringing was calculated to foster all that was original, audacious, and inspired in him, the very elements of his genius. His submission to the dreary treadmill of education, that conspiracy of dullness and futility as he described it, was minimal. At Kazan University, which he and his brothers attended, his performance was scandalously desultory, and he left without graduating. Later, when he decided to take his duties as a landowner seriously, he turned his attention to educating the children of his serfs. With his usual ardor, setting up schools on the Yasnya Polyana estate he'd inherited, taking on teaching duties himself, and carefully exploring all the new educational theories and permissive practices, mostly derived from Germany, which had become all too lamentably familiar in our own time. He was, of course, a marvelous teacher himself and produced a number of highly effective textbooks. All his life, he adored children and was a master hand at devising and telling them stories. In the end, however, he came to see that education, like the kingdom of heaven, is within us and can't be imposed from without, however ingenious the theory or enlightened the teacher. When he talked with the old, uneducated moujiks, he found often that they were wiser and more in touch with the realities of our human existence than their children who'd passed through his schools. It's often supposed that Tolstoy's distaste for worldly pursuits and ways only developed in middle age. This is not, in fact, so. From his earliest writings and journals, it's clear that he alternated between an ardent delight in such things as social success and fame and an equally passionate loathing of himself for so caring about them. This applied particularly, of course, to his love affairs and frequentation of the gypsies, even more so to sordid episodes like visits to brothels. He describes one such visit and the revulsion he experienced with great feeling. By the time he was 23, he'd already tired of social life in Moscow and found an escape in going to the Caucasus with his beloved brother Nikolenka, whose battery was stationed there. He found the scenery marvelous, the Cossack girls entrancing, and military life very much to his taste. In many ways, the profession of arms appealed to him. The quality it most demanded was one by which he set great store himself, courage, and the alternations of danger and austerity with wild living suited his temperament. As he showed in War and Peace, he had a masterly understanding of the conduct of battles and campaigns. And even later, when he'd become an out-and-out pacifist,
he confided to his diary how ashamed he was of the excitement and partisanship still stirred up in him when Russia was at war. Yet he who as huntsman and soldier could glory in shedding blood became at last passionately convinced that killing, whether men or animals, could never be justified. Even when Tsar Alexander II was assassinated by revolutionary terrorists, Tolstoy wrote to Alexander III, his successor, pleading with him to spare the assassins, whose ideas, he contended, could only be opposed by confronting them with forgiveness and love. As wax before fire, he wrote, every revolutionary struggle will melt away before the man Tsar who fulfills the law of Christ. Needless to say, his appeal went unheeded. Yet after all, the Tsar's policy could scarcely be said to have been particularly efficacious. 37 years later, his dynasty was abolished, and the revolution Tolstoy had foreseen triumphed in Russia. Meanwhile, in far-off India, a barrister at law named Gandhi had noted Tolstoy's point, and acting on it, created a civil disobedience movement based on non-violence, which ultimately succeeded in ending British rule in India. It was while he was in the Caucasus that Tolstoy began to write in a serious way. His first published work, Childhood, was an instantaneous success, yet neither then nor subsequently did his success as a writer bring him any lasting satisfaction. It might almost be said that for him, writing was a sort of therapy. By recording, as he did with such incomparable brilliance, his impressions of life, he was able to escape temporarily from his everlasting preoccupation with its meaning. Or, put another way, he lived so intensively when he wrote that he could momentarily forget he must die. Even in these early days, Tolstoy found himself driven to the conclusion that the reality of life was essentially spiritual, and that it was to be experienced not egotistically, but through a brotherly relationship with all his fellow men. Thus began his lifelong battle with his deeply sensual nature and with the tastes and aptitudes of the class into which he'd been born. He longed to escape from the urges of his flesh and from the privileges and tastes that his birth had conferred upon him. As a member of a tiny elite, concerned with its own status, its own notions of art, and its own luxurious and self-indulgent way of life, he felt cut off from the great mass of mankind, symbolized for him by a decidedly idealized version of the Russian muzhik.
To Tolstoy's considerable chagrin, the family regularly went in convoy from Yasna Polyana to Moscow for the children to go to school there, and for Sonia to taste the pleasures of social life and cultural, especially musical occasions. It was the sort of thing that produced a frenzy of irritation in Tolstoy, but Sonia was in her element. Relations between them were often strained. The sort of people who came to Sonia's receptions were, for the most part, unsympathetic to Tolstoy, who longed for his rides and walks and meditations in the woods at Yasna Polyana. The Moscow house itself was an old wooden one, which had escaped the great fire he described so vividly in War and Peace. When the Tolstoys lived there, it was relatively isolated, which pleased Tolstoy. In dwelling on the darker side of Tolstoy's marriage, it's often forgotten how idyllically happy it was in its first years, and how, despite the strife and misunderstanding and bitterness, the bond between them survived to the end and beyond. Sonia lived on to witness the October Revolution. When, in 1919, her daughter Tanya asked her if she often thought about Tolstoy, she answered that she never thought about anything else. "I've never stopped living by his side," she said, "and I torment myself because I wasn't good. However, I was always faithful to him, body and soul." Sonia was only 18 when she married Tolstoy in 1862, he being 34. The wedding took place in the Church of the Nativity in the Kremlin, where Sonia's father, Dr. Bears, was resident doctor to the administrative staff. For Tolstoy, it was the end of the womanizing which had hitherto played so large and troubling a part in his life. Though sorely tempted at times, he remained true to his marriage vows. Characteristically, he felt bound to show Sonia his private diary, which recorded his various love affairs. On a young and innocent girl, this was bound to have a devastating effect, which Tolstoy should have foreseen. Or was there perhaps some unconscious perversity in thus exposing himself? In any case, diaries of one sort and another were to haunt their lives. It was during their first happy years together, when their children were being born and growing up, that Tolstoy's powers as a novelist were at their height. Sonia participated in his work, not just copying and recopying his numerous drafts, but making useful suggestions and corrections on her own account. She rejoiced in his growing fame and success, and humanly, in the greater affluence it provided for the family. Serious troubles between them only began after Tolstoy's spiritual crisis. His Franciscan passion to live like the very poor and abstain from all fleshly indulgence went ill with the upper-class style of living Sonia had come to expect as her due, as it did with normal marital relations. An occasional reluctant surrender, followed by anguished remorse, was unlikely to appeal to any wife, least of all one as demanding and full of self-esteem as Sonia. Things were made worse by some of the disciples and acolytes who flocked to Tolstoy in his new role as moralist and evangelist, notably Vladimir Chertkov, who achieved an ascendancy over Tolstoy, enabling him to take over the publication of his works, a domain which Sonia considered peculiarly her own. Chertkov seems to have been a pedantic, tiresome, boring sort of person, and Sonia hated him. She even, harking back to that first fatal showing of her husband's diary before their marriage, accused Tolstoy of having abnormal relations with Chertkov. The fact that she could make so preposterous a suggestion indicates the mixture of envy and jealousy, with the former probably preponderating, which was to poison the rest of their life together. Tolstoy, it must be admitted,
never succeeded in wholly clarifying to himself or to others where he stood in this matter of sexual indulgence. And it's very easy to pull to pieces the various extreme positions he took, as that the ideal all should pursue is total abstinence, or that any indulgence other than for procreative purposes amounts to whoring. Yet we who are witnessing the appalling consequences of accepting promiscuity as normal human behavior may well pause before dismissing Tolstoy as a soured idealist and a crank. What he had to say on the subject, especially in a masterpiece like Resurrection, will, I confidently predict, be respectfully regarded when Lady Chatterley's lover will long since have been dismissed for its fathomless imbecility. In his great novels, War and Peace and Anna Karenina, Tolstoy always drew from life. So it's possible to identify the characters, as well as the buildings and places where the scene is set. For instance, this house, now the headquarters of the Soviet Writers' Union, a stronghold of literary orthodoxy, was the model for the Rostov's Moscow house in War and Peace, as Ilya Andreevich Rostov himself was based on Tolstoy's paternal grandfather, Ilya Andreevich Tolstoy. Tolstoy didn't believe in invention in art. The author, he considered, shouldn't egotistically impose himself on his material. Likewise, in his use of history, he discounts the Nietzschean notion of great men dominating and shaping events. History, as he sees it, is a kind of cosmic soap opera, an emanation of the collective consciousness, which is played back to edify, instruct, and entertain. In War and Peace, it's the Russian general Kutuzov who, as Tolstoy portrays him, allows himself to be the instrument rather than trying to be the shaper of historical forces. Whereas his opponent, Napoleon, exemplifies the ego, striving, as it turns out vainly, to assert itself in domination over men of events. In such a conflict, Tolstoy indicates, Kutuzov was bound to win, life being stronger than any ego, however puffed up. In other words, even before his spiritual crisis, Tolstoy, in his writings, was pursuing an essentially moral purpose. Later, in his book, What is Art?, he worked out in his own wayward, inimitable way the theory of what was already his practice, that art should be a parable, expounding life's goodness and truth and beauty in terms comprehensible not just to a specialized elite, but to everyone. After his spiritual crisis, his parables became explicit, as in beautiful short stories like Master and Man, and That Whereby Men Live, and in his play, The Power of Darkness, whereas before they'd been implicit. Thus, in War and Peace, he explored power, the appetite of the will, and in Anna Karenina, carnality, the appetite of the flesh. Two passions whose destructive consequences he'd experienced himself, especially the latter. As War and Peace and Anna Karenina conveyed his own involvement in these passions, he wasn't being hypocritical when he insisted that he looked back on the books with distaste and even wished he hadn't written them. At the same time, he was perfectly well aware that merely to have contented himself with writing a moral treatise on the devastations of power on the collectivity and of carnality on the individual wouldn't have served his purpose. If, he once remarked in a letter to a friend, he were to be told he could write a novel in which all his views on what is socially right and just were to be irrefutably upheld, he wouldn't feel inclined to dedicate 2 hours to the task. If, on the other hand, he were told that what he wrote would be read 20 years later by those who were children then, and that they'd weep and laugh over it and fall in love with the life in it, then he would dedicate all his existence and powers to producing such a work. He needn't have worried. The 20 years have long since passed, and still we weep and laugh over his writings, and entranced by the life in them that shines and dances like sunlight. So we may be sure it will continue.
middle age, Tolstoy experienced a spiritual crisis, which was far and away the most important thing that ever happened to him, and altered fundamentally the course of his life during his remaining 30-odd years. I'm sure he must have spent many hours thinking about it here, on this, his favorite seat at Yasna Polyana. As a writer, he'd achieved a position of eminence, which would have enabled him, had he cared to turn into one of those men of letters who become public figures, appearing covered with decorations at banquets to deliver respectfully applauded pontifical addresses. Instead, he found himself desperately trying to discover what, if anything, his life was about. In the writings of philosophers and moralists, he could find no satisfaction. Egotistic and sensual pleasures merely repelled him. The two solaces he'd looked to, a happy family life and artistic creation, no longer sufficed. As for the progress of mankind and achieving fulfillment through promoting it, the very notion struck him as derisory. When it came to the point, the only thing he knew for certain was that he must soon die. Why then wait? In his Confession, a book that may be put beside St. Augustine's, he's described his predicament thus: I was happy, yet I hid away a cord to avoid being tempted to hang myself by it to one of the pegs between the cupboards of my study, where I undressed alone every evening, and ceased carrying a gun because it offered too easy a way of getting rid of life. I knew not what I wanted. I was afraid of life. I shrank from it. And yet there was something I hoped for from it. In this predicament, Tolstoy observed that it was only in his own tiny circle of educated, rich, and mostly idle people who took so despairing a view of life. The others, the moujiks, went about their work, got up in the morning and lay down at night with a sense that life was essentially good, however arduous and full of hardships it might be for them. Likewise, when the time came for them to die, they were ready to close their eyes and depart without fear or recrimination. They who had so little and knew so little were at peace with themselves and with the world. It was the others who had so much and thought they knew so much who despaired. Wherein then, he asked himself, did the difference lie? Clearly, in that the moujiks had faith, which was something quite different from metaphysical conclusions, ethical propositions, or Epicurean pursuits. So he sought to have faith himself. The whole of the rest of Tolstoy's life was dedicated to a quest for faith, which meant, as he discovered, a quest for God. Every time he came within sight of God, he writes, again, life flashed through my veins. All about me seemed to revive, to have new meaning. When, for one reason or another, he found himself separated from God, all seemed to die around him and within him. And again, he wished to kill himself. In his quest for faith, Tolstoy resumed the practice of the Russian Orthodox Church in which he'd been brought up, attending the services here in this church where the people from Yasna Polnya came to worship and where numerous members of his family are buried. He observed the fasts and other disciplines, making his confessions and content to receive the ministrations of a simple priest, overjoyed to feel himself at one with the worshippers, whoever and whatever they might be. Then doubts began to assail him. The attitudes of the church, particularly towards war, its sycophantic relations with the government, and acquiescence in all its policies, seemed to him in direct conflict with Christ's teaching.
In consequence, its prayers, its ceremonies, the myths and superstitions it fostered came to seem increasingly hollow and unconvincing. In voicing his doubts, he came into conflict with the ecclesiastical authorities, and in the end, an edict of the Holy Synod excommunicated him. The break was final. Thenceforth, Tolstoy's quest for God was a lonely and solitary one, and in the sense of providing him with a sure faith, unrealized. He struggled on, doggedly and bravely, but he never found the enduring serenity and harmonious relationship with his family he so longed for. Cobbling shoes and dressing like a mujik didn't make him one. No more than transferring his property to his children made him a pauper, or than the ardent practice of asceticism quenched his inexhaustible vitality and zest for living. Yet his sense of the false direction the world was taking and the false gods it was enthroning has been amply justified by events. He saw with inspired clarity that without a sense of a moral order, there could be no order of any kind, and performed the inestimable service of extricating the Christian religion from involvement in the corruption of power and the smoke clouds of obscurantism, thereby enabling it to survive when those particular organs of power had been overthrown and those particular clouds dispersed. Gorky said once that Tolstoy was like a great steeple whose bell is heard throughout the world. Many of those who responded to the bell, as Gorky went on to point out, were rather deplorable figures. Scroungers, crackpots, eccentrics and exaltés of all sorts and descriptions, and known in Yasna Polyana as the Dark Ones. Even Tolstoy was heard to speak disparagingly of the Tolstoyans. Yet he received them, one and all, here in front of his house, feeling that as his followers he owed them a duty, and always hoping that underneath the strange behavior and outlandish clothing of one or other of them, he'd find a John the Baptist or Francis of Assisi. His mail likewise came from all over the world, begging letters, letters asking for advice, arguing, advertising the writer, scolding Tolstoy, or pleading with him to support this or that project. These two were all punctiliously dealt with. Then there were visiting celebrities, some of them Americans, who may well at the end of the day have proved more tedious and demanding even than the Dark Ones. It was an endless procession, all equally bent on satisfying their curiosity and paying homage to this extraordinary man, this aristocrat who dressed like a mujik, this famous writer who cobbled shoes, this ardent huntsman who couldn't endure the thought of shedding blood, this scholar who despised learning, envying peasants their simple faith, and calling upon a world rushing headlong in the direction of technology, affluence, and the egotistical pursuit of happiness to return to Christ's gospel of love, recognizing that only the Spirit gives life to men. Evil doesn't exist for the Spirit, for it's but a counterfeit of life. He who possesses the life of the Spirit has eternal life. There were few who heeded his words, but everyone listened, because they knew in their hearts that what he said was true. He was, in the old Russian sense, a starets, a holy man, having some special relationship with life, the trees, the wind, the toil and passions of men, whereby he understood its true nature.
family life at Yasnya Polyana should have been, in accordance with Tolstoy's ideas, harmonious and happy. It was the greatest possible grief to him that in practice it was often full of strife and misery. In his later years there was a running quarrel between him and his wife, sometimes flaring up into theatrical scenes and rows, sometimes just smouldering, but only rarely quiescent. It was to escape from such turbulence that he took refuge in this secluded room at the very bottom of the house. The whole Tolstoy family, father, mother, children, aunts, uncles, were inveterate keepers of diaries. Even visitors were infected with the habit. One has the sense that after lights out at Yasnya Polyana, everyone scampered off to write up their diaries or to take a surreptitious look at someone else's. Tolstoy himself, besides his own private journal, to which his wife had access, indeed he sometimes used it to convey messages to her, kept another, most secret one, which itself became a source of more quarrels. It was surely the best documented domestic scene in all history. Tolstoy's scathing attacks on the institution of property made it humiliating for him to be a landowner, and his constant exhortations in favor of sexual abstinence embarrassed his wife, especially when she found herself pregnant for the 13th time. In neither case was there any element of hypocrisy on Tolstoy's part. He genuinely longed to get rid of his property, as he did to be delivered from his sexual appetites. But in the one instance, his family responsibilities stood in the way, in the other, his sensuality, which continued to assail him even as an old man. He did, in fact, like King Lear, divide up his property among his children, which incidentally may explain why he so inordinately disliked Shakespeare's play, seeing himself, perhaps, in the distracted old king. But this still left the vexed question of his immensely profitable writings. In the end, a compromise of sorts was worked out, whereby his wife had the copyright of his early works, and his later religious writings were available to anyone who cared to publish them. The royalties of Resurrection, which had an enormous sale all over the world, he made over to the Doukhobors to help them settle in Canada. Tolstoy's anguish over these unhappy circumstances didn't lead him for a single moment to doubt the conclusions he'd reached about the validity of Christ's teaching. He knew quite well, and never tired of saying, notably in his book, The Kingdom of God is Within You, that the perfection envisaged in the Gospels is unattainable in earthly terms, whether through good works or revolutionary changes. It's in aspiring after this perfection, as individual pilgrims passing through the world, he insisted, that our intrinsically imperfect natures can be redeemed and the world be made a happier, juster, and more brotherly place to live in. Tolstoy was such a pilgrim, one of the greatest, and like Bunyan's pilgrim, found himself distressed and fearful right at the end of his journey. The incompatibility between himself and his wife, the rows they had about money and the publication of his books, and about how they should live, made him feel more than ever that their life together had become impossible. For him, the only necessities were simple clothes, a bare bedroom, frugal food, while she pined for a social life. So, at the age of 82, on October the 28th, 1910, he decided that his long struggle to conform how they lived together with how he thought they should live could no longer be continued at Yasnya Polyana. In a farewell note to his wife, he wrote, "I'm doing what people of my age often do, giving up the world in order to spend my last days alone and in silence." Then he made off, accompanied only by his Yugoslav friend and Dr. Makovitsky. not, as he'd hoped, to silence and solitude, but to a glare of publicity. Their strange, nightmarish journey ended here at Ostapova, where they got off the train because of Tolstoy's high temperature and generally sick condition. Previously, they'd visited Tolstoy's sister Maria, a nun, at her convent, and Tolstoy had even considered staying at a nearby monastery on the characteristic condition that he shouldn't be required to attend any religious services. At Ostapova, he was put to bed in the station master's house, thus achieving at last his dream of living like a poor man, though even then the station master insisted on his having the best room. As the news of Tolstoy's whereabouts became known, Ostapova was for a minute the focus of the world's curiosity. Journalists arrived in hordes. The telephone in the station master's office never stopped ringing. A special contingent of police were drafted on. Photographers clicked their cameras incessantly. Chertkov arrived, and in a special train, a large party of Tolstoys, led by the Countess. As they all milled around, peering everywhere, questioning everyone, the trains came and went. Only the center of it all, of all the interest, the shrunken old man lying here in the station master's house, seemed indifferent to it all. For him, at last, escape from the perplexities of life was near. He was dying, and imagined himself back in the little vaulted room at Yasna Polyana. Only this time, no rustling figure came peering in. His wife was kept away from him until the very last moment. The last clear words he was heard to utter were, to seek, always to seek. One thinks again of King Lear. Vex not his ghost, oh let him pass. He hates him who would, upon the rack of this tough world, stretch him out longer. The best description of Tolstoy that I ever read was by Maxim Gorky. I once saw him as perhaps no one has ever seen him. I was walking over to him at Gaspri, along the coast, and behind Yusupov's estate. On the shore, among the stones, I saw his smallish, angular figure in a grey, crumpled, ragged suit and crumpled hat. He was sitting with his head in his hands, the wind blowing the silvery hairs of his beard through his fingers. He was looking into the distance, out to sea, and the little greenish waves rolled up obediently to his feet and fondled them, as though they were telling something about themselves to the old magician. It was a day of sun and cloud, and the shadows of the clouds glided over the stones, and with the stones the old man grew, now bright and now dark. The boulders were large, riven by cracks, and covered with smelling seaweed. There had been a high tide. He, too, seemed to me like an old stone come to life, who knows all the beginnings and the ends of things, who considers when and what will be the end of the stones, the grasses of the earth, of the waters of the sea, and of the whole universe, from the pebble to the sun. And the sea is part of his soul, and everything around him comes from him, out of him. In the musing motionlessness of the old man, I felt something fateful, magical, something which went down into the darkness beneath him and stretched up like a searchlight into the blue emptiness above the earth. In my soul, there was joy and fear, and then everything blended in one happy thought. I am not an orphan on the earth as long as this man lives on it. Tolstoy's supreme genius has produced a surprising consequence more than half a century after his death, symbolized by these bridal couples who come continuously from nearby Tula to lay flowers on his grave at Yasna Polyana as part of their marriage ceremony, thereby setting a transcendental seal on a legal compact. Throughout its existence, the Soviet state has sought to abolish the Christian religion, using for the purpose its total control of whatever influences the minds and lives of its citizens. Yet, as it turns out, all its efforts have been frustrated by the irresistible presentation of Christ and his teaching in Tolstoy's writings, which continue to be avidly read throughout the USSR. Tolstoy's parables are the most artistically beautiful and powerful in their impact since the original ones in the New Testament. So, by a great 20th century miracle, the promise in the first chapter of the fourth gospel remains valid, even in the modern world's first overtly atheistic state. Thanks to Tolstoy, the Word goes on becoming flesh even there, full of grace and truth. This third testament ends where it began, with an earthly city in flames and a social order collapsing. Instead of a professor of rhetoric who became a bishop, we have a Lutheran pastor who wanted to be a murderer, a typical middle-class German who found fulfillment in prison among the lowest of the low, an erudite theologian who experienced the stupendous simplification of dying on a scaffold like his master. The formalities of admission were correctly completed. For the first night, I was locked up in an admission cell. The blankets on the camp bed had such a foul smell that in spite of the cold, it was impossible to use them. Next morning, a piece of bread was thrown into my cell. I had to pick it up from the floor. The sound of the prison staff's vile abuse of the prisoners who were held for investigation penetrated into my cell for the first time. Since then, I've heard it every day, from morning till night. The first night in my cell, I could sleep very little, because in the next cell, a prisoner wept loudly for several hours. nobody took any notice. In those first days of complete isolation, I didn't see anything of the actual life of the prison. I only formed a picture of what was going on from the almost uninterrupted shouting of the warders. After 12 days, the authorities got to know of my family connections. While it was, of course, a great relief for me personally, from an objective point of view, it was most embarrassing to see how everything changed from that moment. I was put into a more spacious cell, which was cleaned for me daily by one of the men. When the food came round, I was offered larger rations, which I always refused, since they would have been at the expense of other prisoners. It was in this prison in Berlin, during the last 2 years of the 1939-45 war, that a Lutheran pastor, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, wrote the letters and papers which I, in common with many others, have found so very helpful in confronting the spiritual dilemmas of our time. He'd been arrested and imprisoned as a participant in a plot to assassinate Hitler, an involvement deliberately chosen and arguably misguided. Also, in the estimation of some of his closest associates, thoughts and views expressed in his prison writings have been used to justify theological propositions which he would have considered highly dubious. However, it was neither as a conspirator nor as a theologian that on July the 27th, 1945, a congregation gathered in Holy Trinity Church in war-scarred London to honor his memory, rather as a Christian martyr whose steadfast faith was a bright light in a dark time.
Let us pray. We are gathered here in the presence of God to make thankful remembrance of the life and work of his servant Dietrich Bonhoeffer.
It was these words in a memorial service to Bonhoeffer broadcast by the BBC that brought to his family in Berlin the first news of his death at the hands of the Nazis. Among the congregation at the memorial service were members of the Lutheran Church in Sydenham, London, where for a time Bonhoeffer served as pastor. Bonhoeffer's pastorate in London enabled him to make personal contacts which served him well in his work for the resistance movement in Germany. For one thing, they provided him with cover for his Abwehr or German intelligence service, which made it possible for him to travel to Switzerland and Stockholm, and there meet Christian leaders from enemy countries. Among them, Bishop Bell of Chichester, who delivered the address at Bonhoeffer's memorial service. Trevor Huddleston, Bishop of Stepney, who knew Bell well and reveres both him and Bonhoeffer, reads it.
In this church, hallowed by many memories of Christian fellowship in wartime, we gather now in memory of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, our most dear brother and martyr of the church. He was born in Breslau on February the 4th, 1906, the son of a famous physician and belonging to a family which claimed not a few eminent divines, judges, and artists in its ranks in previous generations.
Bonhoeffer's ancestors came from Schwabisch Hall, once a free city of Charlemagne's Holy Roman Empire in the state of Württemberg. The church in the middle of the town is full of memorials to the Bonhoeffer family, which for 3 centuries were prominent in its affairs. These free cities were doggedly tenacious of their independence, and it wouldn't be fanciful to suggest that Dietrich Bonhoeffer's instinctive resistance to Nazi totalitarianism derived partly from his ancestry. The Bonhoeffers were a large bourgeois family in what now seems a protected, privileged environment, with all the qualities, prejudices, and values such an upbringing bestows. The ancient pageantry of Schwabisch Hall survives still, but only as a tourist attraction. Under Hitler, the medieval parades and simulated violence yielded place to the more sinister and realistic pageantry of the Third Reich. When Hitler became Chancellor in 1933, Bonhoeffer understood at once the threat this offered to all the decencies of life. He saw that the intensifying persecution of the Jews was not just abhorrent in human terms, but a deliberate attack on Christ himself. In 1933, Bonhoeffer visited this famous Bethel settlement for the afflicted, near the Westphalian town of Bielefeld. His mind was greatly troubled by what he considered to be the indecision and confused thinking of many of his fellow pastors about the Nazi regime. Indeed, he'd come to Bethel with a view to preparing a definitive confession of faith, in due course drafted, though not to his satisfaction. Friedrich von Bodelschwing, the youngest son of Bethel's founder and himself closely associated with the confessional church, was in charge and showed Bonhoeffer round. The experience comforted and reassured him. It brought him into first-hand contact with the central fact of suffering in the world and of what should be a Christian response to it. Something of far more fundamental importance even than the abominations of Hitler and his Nazis, or the equivocations and timidities in face of them of the Lutheran Church, into contact with the cross itself. There were these broken, stumbling bodies, these wandering, vacant minds, yet under loving care and guidance, capable of making a life together and worshipping together, perhaps with an enhanced sense of God's loving kindness and of the joy of participating in his creation. In a letter to his grandmother, Bonhoeffer recalled that the Buddha is said to have been converted by contact with a sick person. So he too felt that maybe these afflicted people, in their total defenselessness, had a clearer sense of the essential defenselessness of our human condition than many who were whole and healthy, just as those who looked after them were brought nearer to God through the experience.
While he was here in Bethel, Bonhoeffer's mind naturally turned towards the infamous Nazi euthanasia laws, providing for the elimination of what were considered to be useless lives. After all, their projected victims were all around him. He could watch them at work and hear their songs. It was quite clear to him that to suppose the sick and infirm could be disposed of in this barbarous way was a worse sickness than any they had to deal with at Bethel. As it happens, the Nazi euthanasia laws never were applied here, the single exception in the whole Reich. Bodelswing resolutely refused to provide the requisite information, and when challenged, demonstrated conclusively that at Bethel there were no useless lives. The most stricken inmates could still communicate, if not in words, then in God's language of love. The body and the mind might be maimed, but the soul remained intact. Bonhoeffer was able to invoke the help of his father, who, as an eminent neurologist, provided expert support for Bodelswing's contention. How ironical it is to think that now, after defeating the Nazis at so heavy a cost, in the victor nations, similar euthanasia laws to theirs are being ardently recommended on humanitarian grounds. If this should truly come to pass, then the darkness will indeed have fallen on Christendom's 2,000 years. This strange remainder, this Nuremberg stadium, so full of sinister memories for people of my generation, was Hitler's favorite set for mounting celebrations of Nazi power. And as his position grew stronger, the rallies developed into mere assertions of a collective will, with no other justification, no other coherent purpose than just its own glorification. It was a sort of crazy revivalist meeting with all the familiar accompaniments of shouting in unison and mass hysteria to the greater glory, not of God, but of the Prince of Darkness. Now, this was what Bonhoeffer had to face up to. As he said, it was not the case just of a deluded, vainglorious Germany. A sick man was in charge of a sick nation in a sick world.
Mein Führer, ich melde 52.000 Arbeitsmänner zum Appell angetreten. Heil, Arbeitsmänner! Heil, mein Führer! Warten! Immer! Warten! Ab!
From the beginning, it was perfectly clear to him that the church as such could have no lot or part in rendering what was claimed to be due to such a Caesar as this. Never for one moment did he, as a Lutheran pastor, countenance the notion of coming to terms with Nazi power. His own position was the classic position of the pacifist. And as late as 1934, at the Fano Ecumenical Conference, he delivered a powerful address on such lines, in the course of which he said,
Which of us can say he knows what it might mean to the world if one nation should meet the aggressor, not with weapons in hand, but defenseless, praying, and for that very reason, protected by a bulwark never failing? Now he had to ask himself whether this Gandhi-like position could be seriously and honorably maintained, not just against an already crumbling British Raj, but against the great beast which is unleashed when men turn inexorably away from God and surrender themselves to the darkest impulse of their human wills. It always seems to me that it falls to some men to act out inside themselves the drama of the collectivity. They're not necessarily the most subtle or perceptive or intelligent, but they have this special destiny. Bonhoeffer, with his somewhat ponderous, theologically orientated mind, with his full equipment of the inborn values and loyalties of his class and upbringing, was being edged inch by inch into such a position to become an authentic hero of his time. In Bethel, the doctors and the nurses and the Christian helpers would go on tending the epileptics and the sick. For Bonhoeffer now, this was not enough. Before the mounting hysterical ferocity of that terrible voice and the even more terrible answering regimented roar sounding out from this Nuremberg stadium through Germany and through the world, he felt it was not enough just to pray, just to fulfill his Christian duty to care for the afflicted. With the increasing insistence, it was being borne in upon him that he would have to act.
Naturally, his chief concern was for his church, whose clergy were dangerously split between those who were prepared to make their terms with the Nazi regime and the others, like Bonhoeffer, who refused to accept any doctrinal or other concessions to Hitler's Nietzschean ideology. So he instituted clandestine seminaries at Zingst and Finkenwalde, where pastors could be trained capable of preaching and upholding the true gospel of Christ, without reference to the moral and spiritual degradation which had befallen their country. It was the first step in his involvement in active opposition to Hitler, which was to make of him first a conspirator and then a martyr. It was at this time that Bonhoeffer became friendly with Eberhard Bethke, one of his seminarians, who was later to marry his niece Renate Schleicher and to be his most intimate associate and confidant, also his definitive biographer. Without Bethke, we should have lacked much essential information about Bonhoeffer, as well as the bulk of the letters from prison which were addressed to him. Despite Bonhoeffer's work with his seminarians, family ties remained strong. Next door to the Bonhoeffer's house in Berlin lived Renate's parents, the Schleichers, and whenever an opportunity offered, they all met as of old, as may be seen in this, the only live film of Bonhoeffer. Another link was soon to manifest itself, their joint participation in a growing resistance movement against the Nazi regime. Here, the leading figures were Bonhoeffer's brother-in-law, Rudiger Schleicher, his brother Klaus, and another brother-in-law, Hans von Daniani, all of whom, like Bonhoeffer himself, were executed by the Nazis. In 1939, just before the outbreak of war, Bonhoeffer went on a visit to America. He was strongly pressed to stay there, but all his own inclinations were the other way. I must live through this difficult period of our national history with the Christian people of Germany, he wrote. I shall have no right to participate in the reconstruction of Christian life in Germany after the war if I don't share the trials of this time with my people. So he returned. Had he stayed, America might have gained a theologian, but the world would have lost a Christian martyr.
He always was a man who had a great desire for freedom. And you have 3 points in his life where he, for his own freedom, wanted to go away from a certain situation, and discovered by having gone away, discovered that his freedom would just be regained only by going back again. So in 33 to Britain, now in 39, in the most dramatic way, in a very short moment, he saw it already, that by gaining his own freedom and liberty, he just was going to lose it.
And the third time, of course, was when he could have escaped from prison, perhaps.
Yes, he could. The guard would have helped him to do this.
But he declined.
But then he declined because just then his other brother and my father were imprisoned, and he thought it was a danger for them if he would disappear.
But yes, this is, I think, is one of the great keys to him, that he was a man who would not escape, really.
Yes, who had the desire to
Of
escape,
course.
and then
Of course.
saw very clearly that he would just lose his...
But the whole point of his life would disappear.
Yes.
And it seems to me that his perception of that, particularly perhaps in America, where after all he could argue, as perhaps de Gaulle might have argued to being in London, that he could be more effective as an opponent to the Nazis. But I think that would have just made him one of the many people who saw that the Nazis were a great menace. But this other thing is what elevates him, and what of course interests me most about him, into the level of, ultimately, of a martyr.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I mean, I was so close with him that I was not a real member in that conspiracy, but I knew every day what was going on. And the funny thing is now that in those days, we really didn't discuss this point. It was such a matter of course that by having come back, and that the state of affairs has went so far that Germany made war and was killing now the Jews, and we as being followers of Christ made just, we could be followers of Christ, but we were made complices of it. Accomplices of it. So it was such a matter of course that this had to be done, and the funny thing is now everybody talks about this great decision, and I know it was a great decision, but it was not a heavy decision which we had to discuss through heavily all evenings or so. We did it and felt a great liberation that we did so.
Anyway, the fact is he took this decision. He was he became a conspirator, and as a conspirator, he naturally had to behave as he made this choice. And I suppose people could argue until the end of time, as they ceaselessly have argued about this famous equation about what is due to Caesar and what is due to God, as to whether or not this was a correct decision. But anyway, the fact is that as a result of that decision, he found himself in prison.
He found himself in prison and exposed to hearings in which he had to continue the double life, to say to the hearer what a good Christian and a good Nazi or a good patriot he was, and by that just betraying his own earlier sayings, and by that saving the other friends who still outside prison continued the conspiracy.
I understand perfectly, and therefore taking the initial step, really everything else followed.
But just the consequence.
And at the heart of it was the fact that he would, if it were possible, destroy Hitler physically, because he considered that that was necessary
But can you see that just as a Christian, he couldn't say, you Hans Donani and you Oster, you generals, you will do the dirty job, and I will just do something a little bit.
I quite understand.
It needed then the total solidarity. The double life and the dirty job meant the total solidarity and true loyalty to these friends who had no privileges of being, I am a minister. I am not used to these things. I don't do such things.
And I understand perfectly.
Bonhoeffer's involvement in the assassination plot against Hitler developed while he was staying at this Benedictine monastery at Ettal, whose monks and way of life were very dear to him. The next step was for him to be taken into the Abwehr, ostensibly to be a courier, whose job would be to find out about the ecumenical movement. This enabled him to meet Bishop Bell, who, in his memorial service, described what happened when he and Bonhoeffer met in Stockholm.
It was in May 1942 that I had my last sight of him in Stockholm, when, altogether unexpected, he came from Berlin at the risk of his life to give me much information of the utmost importance about the movement of the opposition in Germany to eliminate Hitler and all his chief colleagues, and to set up a new government which should repeal the Nuremberg laws, undo Hitler's deeds so far as they could be undone, and seek peace with the Allies. Of those solemn last talks I had with Dietrich, I will say nothing further but this. Deeply committed as he was to the plan for elimination, he was not altogether at ease as a Christian about such a solution. There must be punishment by God, he said. We do not want to escape repentance. The elimination itself, he urged, must be understood as an act of repentance. Oh, we have to be punished. Christians do not wish to escape repentance or chaos if God wills to bring it on to us. We must endure this judgment as Christians. Very moving was our talk, very moving our farewell. And the last letter I had from him, just before he returned to Berlin, knowing what might well await him there, I shall treasure for the whole of my life. Not many months after his return, he was arrested.
It's an awesome thought that the 18 months or so that Bonhoeffer spent in this little cell as a prisoner was spiritually the richest and intellectually and artistically the most fertile period of his life. All his circumstances prior to his imprisonment were conducive to his becoming a useful, enlightened citizen. Indeed, he'd already become a pillar of the confessional church, the breakaway Lutherans who refused to fall in with the requirements of the Nazi regime, a teacher, preacher, and scholar of growing renown inside Germany and outside. All this, and I don't mean it disparagingly at all, was to be expected from so honorable and honest a product of a God-fearing, cultivated German upper-middle-class home. In his cell here, however, the theologian became a mystic, the pastor became a martyr, and the teacher produced in his letters and papers from prison one of the great contemporary classics of Christian literature. It's very difficult indeed for a 20th century mind to accept or even grasp the notion of the blessedness of affliction. Bonhoeffer provides us with a perfect object lesson. His greatness grew directly out of his affliction, and through the very hopelessness of his earthly state, he was able to generate hope at a dark moment in history, when it was most sorely needed, comforting and heartening many.
When Bonhoeffer heard in prison that the plot of July 1944 had failed, he realized that Hitler, having miraculously survived the assassination attempt, would be merciless in liquidating the conspirators. Now he knew that in human terms their cause was lost. God had overruled their earthly purpose, and nothing remained for him but to come to terms once and for all with the cross. In the plot's failure lay his triumph, as subsequently, in losing his life, he gained it. This is beautifully conveyed in his last writings in prison.
I have never regretted my decision in the summer of 1939 to return to Germany, for I am firmly convinced, however strange it may seem, that my life has followed a straight and unbroken course, at any rate in its outward conduct. It's been an uninterrupted enrichment of experience, for which I can only be thankful. If I were to end my life here in these conditions, that would have a meaning that I think I could understand. Another thought that he noted down when he was in prison that I like very much: death is the supreme festival on the road to freedom. Bonhoeffer, you know, despite the many things he says about himself in these letters, was an extremely reticent person, actually, and he very rarely disclosed his profoundest feelings. But in this letter, the last one that he wrote to his friend Bethel in August 1944, this is what he says: "Please don't ever get anxious or worried about me, but don't forget to pray for me. I'm sure you don't. I'm so sure of God's guiding hand that I hope I shall always be kept in that certainty. You must never doubt that I'm traveling with gratitude and cheerfulness along the road where I'm being led. My past life is brimful of God's goodness, and my sins are covered by the forgiving love of Christ crucified. Forgive my writing this. Don't let it grieve or upset you for a moment, but let it make you happy. But I did want to say it for once, and I couldn't think of anyone else who I could be sure would take it aright." Then, later on in the letter, he goes on to refer to his young and very beautiful fiancée, Maria von Wedemeyer. "Maria," he writes, "was here today, so fresh and at the same time steadfast and tranquil in a way I've rarely seen." In October 1944, when further details of Bonhoeffer's conspiratorial activities were discovered, he was moved from Tegel to the Gestapo prison in Prince Albertstrasse, and then, the following February, transferred to Buchenwald. Maria somehow was guided by instinct to follow him there, and then on to Flossenburg. The last letter that she got from him was in Christmas 1944. "These will be quiet days in our homes," he writes to her, "but I've had the experience over and over again that the quieter it is around me, the clearer do I feel the connection to you. It's as though in solitude the soul develops senses which we hardly know in everyday life. Therefore, I haven't felt lonely or abandoned for one moment. You mustn't think that I'm unhappy. What is happiness and unhappiness? It depends so little on the circumstances. It depends really only on that which happens inside a person. I'm grateful every day that I have you, and that makes me happy." So, in bodily terms, their love ended. Owing to the war and Bonhoeffer's arrest so soon after their engagement, they never were alone together as lovers. Yet, as Donne wrote, "Love's mysteries in souls do grow." And without any doubt, they continued to grow despite their cruel and now final separation.
I had times in which I could actually be happy about this engagement and times in which it was very hard to take. Because I was getting somehow or other closer and closer to a man whom I was not really getting closer to. I went first to Flossenbürg. Flossenbürg. And you could take a train until something like 7 kilometers from Flossenbürg. From there I walked to Flossenbürg with a package, with a rucksack full of clothing for Bonhoeffer. And I knocked at the door and said I'd been told by the Gestapo in Berlin that he had been transferred to this concentration camp. And I brought, he had left in a big hurry, and I bought clothing, and could I please deliver this, could they please deliver the clothing to him and return the old so that I could take care of and wash it. And I was met with great politeness. Of course, it didn't happen to those guards at the concentration camp very often that an 18-year-old girl walked up there and wanted to, for some errand. And they went through a believable effort in looking for his name. And at that point, I didn't realize it, but they were clearly different lists. In this office, they looked through that list, and since he isn't on this list, why don't you go over there and we'll take you to this one, and they looked through this long list. And
that would be the ones who'd been executed?
Most probably. Later on, I realized. At that point, I thought of list A or list B or I don't know what. Only later did I realize.
Not there.
But I was quite convinced when I was through that, I would say I was a good 2 hours in that concentration camp, that they had made an honest effort to find him and that he wasn't there.
Indeed, he wasn't.
And he wasn't. He was not yet, even though that's where he eventually was executed.
Well, now I can't help also, of course, thinking about you. He's dead, and you've got a whole life to live.
Yeah.
What effect, if it's possible to express such a thing, this would have had on you and on your life?
Well, I can answer that in stages. At first, of course, it was very hard to accept the fact that he was dead, especially since I had never really been so close to him and had these long periods of not seeing him. It seemed like another big period of not seeing him. It was very hard to come to grips with the fact that indeed this was finished. I have continued to live my life looking at this as a great gift, a great
but a great addition, a
great enrichment of my life. Yet on the other hand, it had its very hard parts to it. It's been difficult, even to this very day. It is sometimes difficult to accept it.
That it's no longer there.
It's no longer there.
In other words, nothing else has really quite replaced it.
That is absolutely correct.
So Bonhoeffer left Berlin, never to return there again. Perhaps it was as well. What, we may ask ourselves, would he have made of this resurrected city, seen from this macabre wall, dividing not just 2 Berlins and 2 Germanys, but 2 worlds? Eastwards, the shabby streets and muted people. Westwards, the glittering lights, an endlessly reiterated invitation to excess. As Bonhoeffer might have put it himself, 2 rival towers of Babel, one of power, the other of affluence, confronting one another. Not so much a resurrected city as a ghost city. Taking his decision to return to Germany from America in the summer of 1939, Bonhoeffer had said Christians in Germany will face the terrible alternatives of either willing the defeat of their nation in order that Christian civilization may survive, or willing the victory of their nation and thereby destroying our civilization. In the event, no such alternatives have arisen. Their nation and Christian civilization have both been submerged. What an outcome this Berlin today presents of the defeat of Hitler, to procure which Bonhoeffer had chosen to associate himself with such devious and violent purposes. In any case, he was spared the spectacle. From Buchenwald, he was taken with a party of prisoners to Regensburg, and thence to Schönberg, traveling in a preposterous vehicle filled with wood, and in charge of guards who seemed no less bewildered than the prisoners themselves. At one point, when some village girls asked for a lift, the guards told them they were transporting a camera crew engaged in making a propaganda film. They spoke truer than they knew, in a sense. The drama of Bonhoeffer's life and death, now approaching its climax, was to be for others. They arrived at Schönberg on a Saturday and were lodged in the village school. Then on the Sunday morning, all the prisoners, including Kokorin, a Russian, pressed Bonhoeffer to conduct a service, which after some hesitation he agreed to, taking as his text, "With his stripes we are healed. And blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. By his great mercy we've been born anew to a living hope through the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead." Together they sang Eine feste Burg. An English survivor, Hugh Faulkner, has said that it was an incomparable experience which carried them all to great heights of spirituality. Scarcely was the service over than two men appeared, and there was a shout, "Prisoner Bonhoeffer, get ready to come with us." He knew, of course, what it meant, and asked another Englishman present, Payne Best, to take a message from him to Bishop Bell of Chichester, that this was the end, but for him the beginning of life, and that the ultimate victory of their cause, a universal Christian brotherhood rising above all national interests, was certain. Then Bonhoeffer was taken away.
So Dietrich has gone. Our debt to him, and to all others similarly murdered, is immense. He made the sacrifice of human prospects, of home, friends, and career, because he believed in God's vocation for his country, and refused to follow those false leaders who were the servants of the devil. Our Lord said, "Except a corn of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone. But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. He that loveth his life shall lose it, and he that hateth his life in this world shall keep it unto life eternal." To our earthly view, Dietrich is dead. Deep and unfathomable as our sorrow seems, let us comfort one another with these words. For him and Klaus, and for the countless multitudes of their fellow victims through these terrible years of war, there is the resurrection from the dead. For Germany, redemption and resurrection, if God please to lead the nation through men animated by his Spirit, holy and humble and brave like him. For the Church, not only in that Germany which he loved, but the Church universal which was greater to him than nations, the hope of a new life. The blood of the martyrs is the seed of the Church.
Bonhoeffer arrived here at the Flossenburg prison camp on the Sunday evening and was at once summarily tried and condemned to death. Bonhoeffer's serene demeanor made a great impression on the prison doctor, who thus describes what happened. Through the half-open door in one room of the huts, I saw Pastor Bonhoeffer, before taking off his prison garb, kneeling on the floor, praying fervently to his God. I was most deeply moved by the way this lovable man prayed, so devout and so certain that God heard his prayer. At the place of execution, he again said a short prayer, and then climbed the steps to the gallows, brave and composed. His death ensued after a few seconds. In almost 50 years that I've worked as a doctor, I've hardly ever seen a man die so entirely submissive to the will of God. As this happens here in Flossenburg, 5 years of the monstrous buffooneries of war are drawing to a close. Hitler's Reich, that was to last for 1,000 years, will soon reach its ignominious and ruinous end. The liberators are moving in, from the east and from the west, with bombs and tanks and guns and cigarettes and spam. The air is thick with rhetoric and cant. Looking back now across the years, I ask myself where in that murky darkness any light shines. Not among the Nazis, certainly, nor among the liberators, who, as we now know, were to liberate no one and nothing. The rhetoric and the cant have mercifully been forgotten. What lives on is the memory of a man who died, not on behalf of freedom or democracy or a steadily rising gross national product, nor for any of the 20th century's counterfeit hopes and desires, but on behalf of a cross on which another man died 2,000 years before. As on that previous occasion, on Golgotha, so amidst the rubble and desolation of liberated Europe, the only victor is the man who died, as the only hope for the future lies in his triumph over death. There never can be any other victory or any other hope